So if you watched the last episode of the Missouri Dynasty, you know that head coach Gene Dangus, I've sat out for a couple of years now in an advisory capacity for Missouri, and former Missouri rostered quarterback Kenyon Littlejohn won the Heisman at Boston College. A particular annoying chatter is going to be ecstatic about that. But of course, we talked about it at the end of the last episode, kind of just stepped away from the program, but still we are linked as we are going to be served job offers and hopefully find one that we like. And I think I have found one that's simply too good to refuse. Now, if this doesn't come through, because Lane Kiffin, Dan Lanning are at the top of the list, rebuilding Iowa could also be quite intriguing. But I'll tell you what we're going to do. We're going to show some interest in this job. And Texas went 3-9 in 2030. Okay, dude, it has to happen. We got the Texas jerseys in the background. We got the horns up in the chat. And you can't read the chat. We're going to bring them onto the screen here. They say, oh, choose Texas, choose Texas. Oh, we want to see the Hook'em Horns win it all. 3-9 is catastrophic. We're going to sign on to become the new head coach at the University of Texas. The eyes of Texas are upon you and the entire chat and the entire college football world as head coach Gene Dangus comes in, going to turn this program around. Bring him out from the depths of hell to the pearly gates of heaven. So we get to stay in the SEC 4 weeks away from taking the Texas job. And that is quite an upgrade. So we may see some of the players that we ended up recruiting. Jamison Henderson, we may even end up playing if he stays. Remember, we recruited him as a 5-star. Awesome player. And the sky is the limit. He just may choose to go into the NFL. So it's the same Missouri team, you know, Angel Gammon, 99 speed. A lot of these guys could choose to leave, and some are going to be pretty much forced to. Like Garrison Dukes is going to end up being a first-round pick. D'Angelo Minton has no more eligibility yet. Jordan seems to be out of eligibility. Don't remember him. Cassius Armour, we'll see if he comes back. So I'd be interested to see if we can play this Missouri team. But because we're going to be in the SEC, we can't actually go outright and schedule them. So Texas may be a pretty quick rebuild because the prestige of the program, right, and the current coach abilities that we go in with are elite, right? So it's not like we're choosing to necessarily rebuild a team. We're just choosing to bring a team back from the depths of hell after a 3-win season to hopefully win a national championship in record time. That, ladies and gentlemen, is the Gene Dangus effect. We are 4 weeks out, and we're actually going to start an episode with the transfer portal. That's what comes up next. So, I guess we're still actively winning games. D'Angelo Minton, SEC Defensive Player of the Week. But say goodbye to this, I say Miami, say goodbye to this Missouri team because we are full in getting ready to take over in Austin. Now, we should have probably hired coaches. They've been hired for us now. Forgot about that little important part. Michael Desormeaux will be our offensive coordinator, and our defensive coordinator will be Mac Jordan. So we'll see if those guys have abilities that can help us here in the near future. But we're getting ready to go to Austin. Any interesting staff moves? Well, Gene Dangus from Missouri to Texas. Ooh. G.J. Kinney to Mizzou to take our place. Steve Sarkisian, after a 3-win season, fired at Texas is the new head coach at Maryland. Wow. Mike Elko to Stanford, and he was previously at Nebraska. Some very interesting moves here. That's for sure. So, we are now going to take over. You can see Mizzou not, if you're curious, not in the national championship. Unfortunately went down at the hands of Clemson. Nope, LSU, 35-23. And they're going to play for a national title. So, our focus is no longer on Mizzou. With one click of the button, we're going to be switching to burnt orange. Coach level is up to 39, and we take over the 3-9 Texas Longhorns, who went 0-8 in SEC play a season ago. What type of team are we going to be dealing with here? There's still some significant talent. I don't know who we're about to lose, but it's a lot of seniors and redshirt juniors. We'll go over the entire roster here in a minute, but I will say the team is not exactly where we would want them to be. And we are probably about to lose a whole ton of talent. And we also have quarterbacks that are interested in transferring, and we're about to see the players leaving. New head coach coming in. It seems like everybody wants to go. So we do have a couple of quarterbacks here. Steve Rowe and Charles Kranchik want to transfer due to playing time. But would Steve Rowe not be our starting quarterback? He's a 5-star freshman. Not the fastest, but does have a pretty good arm and good general accuracy. And more importantly, he's got a good development trait. We're losing Jeremiah Mondreau. I think it said not Mondo. But I guess because Frederick Lincoln's here, Steve Rowe doesn't think he has a chance to play. And that actually may be true. It's another 5-star quarterback, Frederick Lincoln. Combination of Frederick Douglass and Abraham Lincoln. And honestly, with the hair and beard combination, could this not be a young Frederick Douglass? It's an interesting comp. Didn't expect to be making it. He's got a cannon. 99 throw power. Hardly any skill caps. And can run a little bit. Frederick Lincoln could be the guy. So you know what? If Jeremiah Mondo is gone and Steve Rowe and Charles Kranchik are gone, we've got the guy, Frederick Lincoln. All right, Frederick Lincoln. I'm excited to see him play. At running back, we have Kevin Genis, a senior, who might head to the draft. He looks very good right now. Looks very good. Great speed, great elusiveness, 98 change of direction. We'll see. Eric Carrera, looks not too bad. Steve Chavis, elite dev redshirt freshman with 97 speed. All right, we've got some things to work with here. I do like the idea of saying his last name is Gene Dangus combined. So, I mean, there is significant talent here, and 2 elite dev running backs. And Texas has done well with a running back from Arizona before, Bijan Robinson. At wide receiver, it's kind of a mixed bag. Vantrese Cantwell could end up being a star. I think the best way to go about this is just to see who's leaving first. As Enrique Dial is surely gone. Ricardo Sim is surely gone. We're going to see who's leaving first, and then see what we're left with, and then evaluate the holes at that point. Danny Stelz has elite dev, star dev for Antoine Jamerson, who looks to be quite a good athlete. Danny Stelz is an edge setting type. Triscuits, thanks for the 10 gifted. But this type is actually not bad. Elite development, not a bad athlete, good against the run. We're going to have the skill points to upgrade the pass rush ability. He could end up being quite a good player. And there is some youth, and there are a lot of elite dev traits that I'm seeing. The only problem is we don't know of these players who is actually going to stick around and be on the team. That's the big problem right now. And the speed at corner, and really in the secondary as a whole, is not really what I'm liking it to be. And you can see there are strong safeties in the Blake Gideon archetype, Michael Taff. At quarterback, we're going to let everybody go. We have our quarterback of the future. At running back, Steve Chavis wants to transfer. Due to championship contender, we're losing Genis and Carrera. Steve, please. You don't understand that Gene Dangus is coming in. We only have 6 persuades, by the way. So we need to use them wisely. Steve Chavis is a must. Steve Chavis is staying. Steve Chavis, let's go. That's a big one to get back. Redshirt freshman, very low persuasion chance, elite dev, 97 speed, 96 acceleration. We needed to get Steve back. That's big. At wide receiver, Vantrese Cantwell wants to go. Trent Hurt, Frank Ramesh. Ooh. I think Ramesh probably we have the best chance to keep. It says low, but that's okay. He's got very good speed. He seems good. Please, Frank. Frank is gone. Not sure if we're going to try to persuade the other receivers yet. No tight ends leaving. Ben Durbin, a 93 overall left tackle's gone. Left guard and center are staying. At right guard, Enrique Dial is going to get drafted in round 1. John Gossett is graduating, and Ricardo Sims is going to get drafted in round 2. Off the edge, probably just going to lose everybody here. Marquez Wallow at defensive tackle. Elite dev redshirt freshman wants to go closer to home. To Missouri. He's going to transfer to Mizzou, dude. Unless... Nope, he's gone. Marquez Wallow, redshirt freshman, speed rush defensive tackle with elite dev. Goodbye. That's a sad one. Quincy Theus wants to transfer away. 6'4", 238 power rusher with elite dev. Pretty athletic. This is one that I'd like to keep. Quincy Theus has decided to stay. That's a big one, I think. That's a big one. At linebacker, Robert Osborne has normal dev. Remember, we only have 2 persuades left. He is a freshman, though, but normal dev I don't really love. Hey, he's got 78 speed. I think he's going to go. Larry Yalito, another elite dev player, is going to graduate. At corner, Glenn Bellamy, I think we just let go. Jaleel Lemon is going to get drafted. We're losing 2 safeties. And then Chet Stacy wants to go to championship contender. Good luck. We graduate a kicker and 2 punters. So we have 2 persuades left. I think we need to use it on Vantrese Cantwell for 1. He's gone. I need to try and keep one of these receivers. Trent Hurt. Hurts to let him go, but he's gone. Overall, it could have been worse. We got Steve Chavis back. I think he can be the star that we lean on in the run game. Think about Reggie Gonzalez in my Riverside Royals dynasty. And I'm not making that particular connection for any reason other than they play running back in college. That's it. And fast? I don't think Reggie was that fast. I don't know. It doesn't matter. Hit start recording. There we go. Finally. Okay. OBS is annoying me, the software I use. It's important to check out our actual recruiting class. So we did sign a quarterback, dual threat out of Tucson, Arizona. Unknown how good he is, but he does have star dev. We lost out on the 5-star. From College Station, picks USC. That's a wise decision, young man. If it's not going to be Texas, we have a quarterback. Matthew Redneck. It's not quite what that says. From Mesa, Arizona. Impact dev. 4-star East-West playmaker running back. Gregory Tuttle is a north-south receiver with normal dev trait. Why does the name Henry Adler sound familiar? I think we'll probably opt to go for a different running back option. I would say. We are currently recruiting 2 fullbacks. That's an absolute no way. And then Jared Teague is 6'6", 210 from Yoakum, Texas. He is the #1 receiver. And is SMU currently offering a bit more right now? Maybe it's reminding me of Sadie Adler from Red Dead. I do remember that. We could win out on Jared Teague. Physical route runner. Potential tight end. We got to get him on campus ASAP. We got to get a visit. I wish I signed better coordinators. But we have selling points to make Jared Teague a Longhorn. We do. So, we'll see what ends up happening. Bryce Steven is going to LSU. George Biaka-Patuka. I mean, none of these guys are scouted. This is a gem, though. He can run. He's got some abilities already. And we know receiver's actually a need for us right now. So, we are going to need to add a couple in the portal. But also, you know, add a few at the high school level as well. Greg Guthrie stinks. SMU, you can have him. Obviously, could always use more talent on the O-line. So we signed a couple of tackles, currently going after a couple of guards, a couple of centers. Not much off the edge. We have 1 defensive tackle. We keep losing the USC in every recruiting battle, I guess. We are bringing in 1 linebacker currently, and it's a junior college transfer, Dylan Gideon. We got some work to do. I mean, there's no strong safeties. There are 2 free safeties being considered currently. 85 speed, I'm just not going to work with. 1 corner, 85 speed. Oh my gosh. I guess I can see why Sark got fired here, because I mean, not only was he going after bad players, he also won 3 games. And maybe winning 3 games takes a lot of those good players off the board. But I'm going to be interested to see how well we can do in year 1. Because while there is some talent here, there are also a lot of holes. But at least some of the top tackles in the class are already interested in us. Josefa Long. Why do I remember Josefa Long? Josefa Long. Colorado. I guess I remember recruiting him. It's also an interesting running back. We don't need to go after a quarterback. It's a waste. I would potentially like to add a big-time power back. I'm not sure if those are going to exist for us. There are some elusive bruisers with interest, so maybe that's the direction we go. A lot of running backs. Tyrell Camp from Hamilton. Yeah, I'm sure he's not. You ever been to Hamilton, New Jersey? It's the blueberry capital of the world. It's a fun fact. Nobody lives there. I've been. Not much to talk about, honestly. We've added some players. Like, our school grades are still pretty good, because it is still Texas. But championship contenders, not great. Coach stability and prestige is not great. I still think recruiting is going to go pretty well in year 1. We just got to get through the portal. Here's the deal. I am going after a lot of wide receivers. They're not all going to be wide receivers, though. Like, J.D. Volk, to me, at 6'4", 202, eventually he's going to be my move tight end. He's a transfer freshman, so he's going to get heavier. He's got platinum 50-50 and very good tight end speed. The gadget receiver is interesting. I think Antoine Jean-Pierre with... Well, is he worse than J.D. Volk? Antoine Jean-Pierre also looks good, but maybe he's not worth the full 50. Anyway, I'm going after receiver in a big way, but we got, potentially some other roles for these guys. And then going after some tackles. Just, you gotta make sure you're having a good offensive line. I think the defense is really going to be the main concern for us. Guys are going to need to change positions. I don't know how we're going to do in the portal defensively. Cornerback's a big position for us of need, but I'm prioritizing wide receiver a little bit more. I feel like traditionally I'm able to find corner a little bit easier, and we need to recognize that this is not necessarily going to be a one-year process. We have some visits scheduled. We're about to lose a ton of talent. Draft results for us. We'll check those out quickly. Dial round 1. Vince Stead gets into round 1. So, I mean, linebacker's a weak position. Losing Sims, losing Durbin. These are 3 starters on the O-line. Dontrell Bloom, we lost a lot of receivers to the portal as well. Jaleel Lemon was our top corner. Kevin Genius, obviously, not going to, or wouldn't have played much of a role anyway. Obviously had no eligibility anyway. But we're going to end up focusing on corner as we get into week 2 of the offseason. We already have some signings. There's 4-star George Biaka-Batuka at wide receiver. We have been locked out on a couple of different prospects. That's just the way that goes. You're not going to be able to get everybody, even though we're starting off with really phenomenal resources here at Texas. And whichever quarterback or cornerbacks are still available, that's where, you know, the bulk of the focus is going to be. Because cornerback is a huge position of need. I can't put it any other way. We need to upgrade a corner. And hopefully we're going to be able to, right? Because if we don't, it's going to be pretty tough to stop opposing offenses, especially in this game. Could be a nightmare. 5-star receiver out of high school, Jared Teague, 6'6", 210. SMU just said, hey, we're not getting him. They pulled their scholarship offer. So Jared Teague will be a Longhorn, which makes me feel a little bit better about maybe not being in on Ben Rivera. He looks insane. I don't know that we can beat out Ohio State for his services. That's going to be a challenge. So we'll make that determination when the time comes. Raekwon Keene looks pretty good. It may be a bit of a war for Freddie Timms. We need to get these visits going. Daniel Handy could come in handy as a backup if that's not an option. Aguilera looks great. We had the visit week 1. Nebraska pulled their scholarship. We're going to have the hours that we need to make something happen. It's just, and stop me if you've heard this before, but we need to go out. We need to add some corners. And getting Javier Bickley for more linebacker depth, also super, super important. The 3 corners we're going after, it'd be great if we could get all 3. There's no guarantee. And even if we do, I mean, more depth is still going to be important. There is the 5-star receiver, Jared Teague from Yoakum, Texas, 6'6", 210. Raekwon Keene is a 3-star tackle that is added. As feared, Ben Rivera does lock us out. He was always going to Ohio State. We tried to make it happen because we had the hours and he was just too good of a player to give up on. But we can certainly give up on him now. Yeah, that's what we're doing. We didn't lose out on him. We're giving up on him. He's somebody else's problem. Head case anyway. He didn't not choose us. We actually didn't want him. Spin zone. I like that. I like where we are with Freddie Timms. We just had him on campus. We know that his main sell is football influencer. This would be a tremendous player to add. Going to be important to do so. He's a top 5 player in the portal. It's tough to get those guys. And Daniel Handy, who like Sunday player, would be another really good tackle to add. So can't give up on either. I'd love to get a visit. So, okay. Clifton Carden, instant visit, complimentary with Handy. These off-season visits do work. They are valuable. Getting complimentary is a must. Pro potential and playing time. So it could easily be clocked in, but it could also be football influencer. Is it worth a gamble at this time? It's one of two. So do we want the 50-50? We're up against a 4-star pipeline. I'm going to say, and we already have a really talented running back of the East-West playmaker variety, and our grades are much better for Football Influencer. We're going to take the 50-50. Looking great on Clint Jefferson to add a 4-star transfer power back. Elusive bruiser archetype. So if you lose out on Carden, it's not the end of the world. I probably going to have somebody that plays over him anyway. So not the end of the world, as I mentioned. We do need a week 3 visit, which will be Glenn Loudermilk, who, I mean, I don't know that he's amazing. He's not even a top 1,500 player, but he looks okay for that ranking. And if we get him, you know what? It's depth. Maybe it doesn't even make the team the year after next, so that would be fine. I would say recruiting's going well. We're looking good on the defensive tackles that we're going after. I mean, Hawaii wanted all these guys, pretty much it seems like, but it is maybe not going to get any of them. And we're just going to keep trucking away. Class is coming together. I'm not going to say it's going to be a top 5 class. Obviously, we picked up the pieces of a Steve Sarkisian recruiting class. After a 3-9 season, we're just going to keep guessing Football Influencer for everybody. So it's, you know, it's not easy. We're trying to make it happen, but got a long way to go. As we just got 4-star right guard Ben Aguilera from Peoria, Arizona. We're dominating the Arizona recruiting trail. Speaking of which, 4-star right guard DJ Heitman from Gilbert signs on. Freddie Timms is a Longhorn. That is a big commitment from the big tackle. And Daniel Handy joins him. We maybe just added our 2 starters at left and right tackle, along with the speedster Clifton Carden from Macomb, Michigan. Will be a really nice change of pace back. May not play a ton. Clint Jefferson as the power. We have killed the transfer portal so far. Yosefa Long is going to Notre Dame, so the week 4 visit for him is going to be a moot point at this point. But we've done very well everywhere else, except for corner, maybe. Like, we're going to get Matt Burns. Jamal Dill. Shit. Guessed wrong on him. Jamal Dill, though, can still be a Longhorn. We get him on a week 4 visit. If I could get to it. If we could just get him teamed up with somebody he likes. That's what we need to do. Cornell Boss, ready for a visit. Bang, complimentary. And we're already getting him as well, so no worry there. Maybe we had a strong safety just for a complimentary visit, or a linebacker. Javier Bickley, get him on campus. That's going to be good linebacker depth, and he's only a sophomore. All the defensive tackles look good. I think it'd be really shocking if we got surpassed. Although Nathan Brittingham may end up at Ole Miss after the visit. I don't really even think there's anything we can do about that. Not the end of the world. And then Glenn Loudermilk. Who cares? But he might end up in Missouri, where we used to be. But we got the big tackles. Timms and, of course, Handy. Very, very big acquisitions. At receiver, we're going to get Jean-Pierre and Volk. Volk, I think, eventually is going to end up being a tight end for us. Didn't do amazing at receiver, but did okay. And we're going to add a couple of safeties. I'm feeling fairly good about it. Now, because we're taking over at Texas, you know, there is some good talent here, but there are still a lot of holes, and we want to bring in our guys. And we have one more spot. I don't want to let that just be an open spot. I want to see if we can add maybe a strong safety, even though they're not ranked especially high. But, you know what, Marquez Blue's a hybrid type. Maybe we'll see if he's any good. See if we can get him in the class. I'm guessing probably so. And we're going to finish out the recruiting class in style. I feel like it's going to end up looking pretty good. Again, I can't guarantee a top 5 class or anything, but we've done well. And it probably ends up being top 10 overall just because of the quantity and just because we did so well in the portal. We had J.D. Volk. We had Javier Bickley. Not a lot of these are big surprises. I think pretty much everybody that we're going after was pretty much a guarantee that we would land. We do add a kicker and probably 2 punters. We've added more depth kind of just across the board. And I am very intrigued to see what this team looks like after position changes. And, I mean, corner. Corner, it could end up looking better than I initially thought. We're going to see on that. Still don't know how good any of these players that we've added are, for the most part. Don't have a lot of them scouted very much at all. The only two we did not add, Glenn Loudermilk, don't care, and then Nathan Brittingham ends up picking Ole Miss. That's kind of a big loss, actually, because he was a top 300 high school player. But can't win them all. National Signing Day is here, and we'll check out the dev traits for the entire class at this point, even if we don't have the attributes at this time. Star Dev for Brian Capers, the dual threat quarterback. At running back, Red Ziniak has impact, a.k.a. Red, a.k.a. maybe related to Silas Red, former Texas back. I think transferred to... Where'd Silas Red go? I think UNLV. Gregory Tuttle with normal. Elite for Clifton Carden, who already looked insane. But, I mean, I guess he's a junior anyway. I don't know how much he's going to play still. He might be the starter. I don't know. Impact Dev for Clint Jefferson. Receiver, Jared Tiga star. George Biaka Batuka has elite. And we found him fairly late in the process. He was an ad by me. And... Or no, he wasn't. He was on the board already. I scouted him to find out he had a gem and ends up having elite dev, good speed, good route running. Catching's a bit low, but this is a nice find. Antoine Jean-Pierre has star. And J.D. Volk has impact. And we'll see who ends up moving to tight end because Andre Fox is not looking amazing. Elite dev for Oscar Amador. Any relation to Adael Amador of the Rockies organization? That's very nice. Star dev for Cornell Shorter, a 5-star tackle. Somebody's going to move inside to guard. It might be the 6'4", sub 300-pound tackle. Raekwon Keene has star. Impact for Freddie Timms, but he should already be a really high overall. And elite for Daniel Handy, both juniors. Important to note that. At guard, Loudermilk had normal. Heitman normal. Aguilera was star, very nice. Brittingham had normal, not mad about missing on him now. Nothing off the edge at D-tackle. Vallejo has impact. And it freezes. Man. As much as college football 26 took away a lot of the pain points of 25, it also added some of its own. Kevin Ostrowski has star. That's very nice. But again, transfer junior. Impact for Jarius Ream, the Ream. And then Torrey Franks has normal. No outside linebackers. Gideon at Mike has impact. Elite for Javier Bickley, who's only a sophomore. What a transfer portal ad he's going to be. And then at corner, normal for Matt Burns, a transfer freshman. Impact for Jamal Dill, the transfer freshman. Impact for Ben Caraway. And impact for Juan Wilcox. So corner, not amazing. Both of the safeties we added at normal dev. 3 of the safeties. And then kicker and punter. Not really much to speak of there. But we added a lot of talent overall. Position changes will end up being critical. Because you can see currently, we have only 2 players at a 90 overall or higher. But we're going to have a lot of skill points to make them better. But they both obviously are not going to play right tackle. So somebody's going to end up getting moved. Clifton Carden is an 89 overall. Steve Chavis, though, I feel like it'd end up being just as good, if not better. We don't want him to transfer. We've got some talent now. We brought in a lot of talent. Receiver still shaky at best. But hopefully some of these transfer portal ads can make something happen. Like maybe J.D. Volk stays at receiver. Maybe that's not the weirdest thing in the world. I'm not 100% sure yet. Javier Bickley has 90 speed and acceleration along with that elite dev. We might not even have him for more than this year. He looks great. I was considering moving some linebackers over. I thought linebacker would be like pretty weak. I'm not feeling the same anymore. With the addition of Javier Bickley, we are strong at linebacker. Steve Talbot's going to develop. I really like Brian Witt with his 93 acceleration. If he becomes a speed rush edge, that would be intriguing, but he doesn't. And we're okay there anyway, and he's a bit light to do that, so that's fine. And then corner, we talked about it, like, what, Vitelli Woollyhand with his star dev might end up being okay. Julius Hicks, I could see being a starter. Like, I think Mohamed Diggs might get passed over. Corner is not especially strong, but it could be worse. It could be worse. That's what we need to remember. Really, the secondary in general is not amazing, but we'll make that a focus next year and, you know, hopefully find some players that can be difference makers. Maybe Red Ziniak plays tight end. He's 6'1", 210, kind of like the H-back type. And then Brian Capers, we expect to play quarterback. He's 6'5", 193. He's going to have to be the backup QB. The arm is not there yet. I don't know that he's fast enough to play receiver and have me feel comfortable with 88 speed, 88 acceleration. 92 change of direction's interesting. We don't really need him at running back. He's just going to have to be our backup quarterback. And I'm fine with that. We got Frederick Lincoln. This team is going to be good. We're going to be a competitor in 2030. So we've upgraded talent developer twice. Freshman and sophomore quarterbacks progress faster. Starting quarterback will gain XP faster. I think we also want to focus on defensive backs. I feel like this is kind of a strong one because it affects so many different players. And DB is a bit of a weak point already. I do also want strategists, which we currently cannot afford. But this was a big deal. And you know what? Starting linebackers gain XP faster. We might as well. So we're down to 11 skill points, but we just made quarterback, linebacker, and all of our defensive backs that like really get a huge boost. Freshmen and sophomores and starters, and that should compound if they are a freshman or sophomore that starts. And in some cases they are. So I'm feeling pretty good about this. And I think we're going to be pretty good. Now, the overall showing is a 96 overall. I don't think that's accurate right now. But it should end up being accurate, as Burns has upgraded his dev trait. Now, that was one of the cornerbacks we added that was only a freshman that now should be looking pretty good. We can see how many skill points we have. We have Matt Burns up to impact. He's pretty slow. Could end up back at safety. He gained 6 pounds, which is about the most that I've seen for a lot of these guys. Like maybe you see that from offensive linemen. Not even. I mean, some of these guys are gaining 1 or 2, maybe 3 pounds. That freshman corner just gained 6 pounds in an offseason, which is not like insane, by the way, but comparatively to everybody else. I mean, some of the linebackers did. It's up to 40 skill points. We can make this team look like a 96 overall, but currently we have just 2 players who are above an 89. A 90 and a 91, both tackles, but both a lot of skill points to get a lot better. I'm pretty sure. I think we have 2 D'Imperios on our team as we're going through roster cuts. Well, I guess not anymore because he's gone. I'll split up a family for a championship. Are you kidding me? It's child's play. Yeah, how about no way this guy makes the team? Donovan Way gone. Can I find any more jokes when I send somebody away? Yeah, you know what? I was going to say not so handy Manny anymore, and I was going to cut him, but I think DeMario Menzi as a redshirt senior is actually less valuable, and we have good depth on the O-line as it is. So, yeah, we showed him the way to the door. Conferences are going to stay the same. Coach skills are in a good spot. We are ready for 2030. The roster's been trimmed down to 85. Trimmed down. Although in real life, it's actually, that's no longer a thing. So college football 27 is going to have to change again. Will we have Mizzou on the schedule? It doesn't look good. We do have them. Week 13, we've got Mizzou at Texas. So the old team gets to come into Austin and see if they can avenge or get revenge on their former coach that left them. I will say the schedule looks kind of tough, by the way. At college or State College, Pennsylvania, at Penn State. Ole Miss, number 1 Bama, number 11 Auburn, number 6 Oklahoma, of course, Red River, number 20 Tennessee. These are not home games, by the way. That's at Alabama, at Auburn, at Ole Miss, at Tennessee. What the hell, man? LSU's number 2. Mizzou, we know what Mizzou is. They're great. South Carolina's ranked. Now these records or these rankings will change significantly. But, and we'll leave the Trenton State Titans on there. But man, that looks pretty tough to start. Why does this always take forever to start the recording? We do have a big advantage here starting at Texas because we're going to have a lot of good players already interested with the resources to go after them. So that's a big advantage. And you can see there are already a number of 5 stars with interest. That's where we want to be. That's how we get better. That's how we win a championship and, have sustained ability to win those championships. So we're going to add a lot of players here. We know what we need. But of course, we're going to be losing talent. So in a way, we kind of need everything. I don't want to sound whiny, but we kind of need everything. It's not ideal. Justice, president. There should be justice for the president. No, I'm not making any type of political statement there. It's just saying the 2 names. Could have Drango Unchained. That could be good in our secondary. There are some talented players here. I like going after the players with interest. And I think even tackle's going to be a need, man. Just get best player available. We'll find a spot for him. There's so many fun references. As a former PA announcer for the Yankees, Bob Shepard, R.I.P., number 2 in the nation at corner. Derek Jeter, number 2. What a player to add. We have Drango Unchained and Bob Shepard. What a duo. They can both run, which is nice. No safeties currently on the board. We need more at linebacker probably. Obviously cornerback always. I'd love to add a speed rusher. And have I mentioned the athlete Mike Thumpers? Not the Mikes, the athlete Mikes. Darrell Hagens is going to be a beast. Tyler Batonio, no thanks. I want Dom Pope. Put the power of Jesus into opposing offenses. A lot of linebackers want to be here. A lot. Guy's hair is so yellow it's like green. A lot of cornerbacks want to be here. The 5-star Texas pipeline is a beautiful thing. And this is Colt Morris from Houston. Seth Spain. We're building our secondary in a way that looks like maybe it did 60 years ago. I don't know if that's a great idea, but it is something. Parker Chun won't even consider us. A speed rush edge could be nice too. Not really finding those. I don't like pure power. I can see this guy being a mentor to our younger players. This guy could be decent to add too. This shit is not funny. I'm aware of that. Yeah, center's not a bad idea either. Especially these athlete centers, the athlete agile, are typically like quite good at defensive tackle. We're filling up our board with a lot of talent right now. And I mean, the best thing about being at Texas again is the players want to play for us. They want to be here already. There's not really a lot of convincing that needs to be done. You come here, recruiting kind of jumps to easy mode a little bit. But you know what? That's also the Gene Dangus effect. Get Dontrell Fusco in there. We know we need corner. This team's going to look pretty good in a hurry. Have we talked about Ben York? Redshirt sophomore, 4-star, elite dev, which I guess you can't see. Maybe this is better placement for it now. 95 speed, 97 acceleration. Now, because he's the gadget archetype, he can't really get like any good abilities at all. I mean, I guess cutter is really good. He probably doesn't need dot. I don't know that he's going to be playing a whole lot of quarterback. But I mean, you could boost his deep throw accuracy. That's very interesting. This is such a unique archetype where the upgrades, you know, almost don't even make any sense. Like, I'd love to give him takeoff because he can absolutely fly and be fun to just completely abuse that. But it's a very, very interesting set of skills. Shout out to Liam Neeson. He is going to end up being a really fun player to use. Could even make him a little bit more elusive. And then it's just get the ball in his hands and watch him go. Like, you can get shifty, actually. He just needs more change of direction. Which, if he sticks around, he will get up to 99 change of direction. We just don't have the points. So, we will be able to get him shifty if we want to go that direction. Ben York could end up being a monster for us. And the rest don't even have nearly his speed. But we've done well in the portal to add players that can definitely help us. Antoine Jean-Pierre is going to need to be one of those. Like, if you're not going to be the fastest, I mean, he's got points to get his route running up. He's going to be able to separate a little bit. No, this team's going to end up being pretty nice. So, this is the way we're going to organize our points. Decided to go 50 points on everybody to kind of prioritize the best players. Ended up going after 2 wide receivers, a bunch of defensive backs, and a bunch of linebackers is kind of the thing here. Caesar Chick looks very good. Platinum Robber, 93 speed and acceleration, 83 zone coverage, change of direction, and agility are great. Like, he would be incredible to get. It's going to be tough to pull him out of Louisiana. It just will be. The linebackers mostly look incredible. Not sure if I've shown them very much, but Alec Hodge, assuming Merrill Hodge, that's how I'm just going to pronounce that. Gem, top 50 player, 84 speed's good enough. 85 acceleration. And then Darrell Hagans is a freak with 90 speed, 90 acceleration. Dom Pope is very similar. Tyler Vallejo is very similar. And we don't really even need to allocate hours there at this point. Although it may end up happening. The schedule could be tougher. It isn't easy at all, and including a lot of road games in a row. So we get locked out by Justice President. Come on, man. But after the Penn State game, it actually does get a little bit easier for a short time. The Trenton State Titans and then UTEP, and then things get real. But the Gene Dangus era is officially underway at the University of Texas. Our quarterback is Frederick Lincoln, who's up to a 92 overall. You guys probably haven't even seen the upgrades. Not the most accurate, but mobile, with a cannon. I mean, 99 throw power is going to be unreal. So I'm excited to see what that looks like. Our running backs are amazing. Clifton Carden, Steve Chavis, Clint Jefferson. Like, the team's been upgraded in a huge way. We killed the portal. I'm not sure who the starting running back's going to be just yet. The receivers do look very good. Dante Burfict looks like a more than capable tight end 1. The offensive line is in a really good position, obviously headlined by the transfer portal tackles like Daniel Handy. And then Danny Stelz, only a true sophomore, elite dev, still developing as a player, but finesse moves at an 89 is in a good spot. Antoine Jamerson, very similar position. Very good athlete, 93 finesse moves. D-tackle, well-rounded, solid, even if these guys are unexceptional pass rushers, they're getting there. And then linebacker. Linebacker looks good. And mostly young. Brian Witt is actually a higher overall than Javier Bickley, but I imagine they both will play a significant amount. got good backups. And then corner is just the real weak point. It's not terrible. It's just not especially good. But this is a team that could absolutely make a national championship run in year one. We got Penn State on the schedule. They're an 89 overall. And it's one of our many difficult road games of the year. You know, you come into Texas, the expectation is that you win. But as we saw in real life, it's not very easy to go on the road in week one and play one of the top teams in the Big Ten. Obviously, in real life, James Franklin is no longer at Penn State, and Penn State is no longer good, although I think they're going to end up being good again. I think they will. It's just been historically too good of a program. And we'll see what happens. If Penn State falls off like Nebraska did, how crazy would that be? I don't think it's impossible, but I don't know. I've never liked Penn State. I will say that. Anyway, this should be a fun one. We've got a bunch of new players to get to know, and I'm excited to see what they can do. So here we go. First time here at Texas, we have the transfer Bickley. We have Witt in here, and they're going to throw. And pressure, hopefully getting in there. That might be a pick, and it's not. It's knocked away. That would have been a nice play by the defensive back there. A good time for a turnover. Might get onto the transfer Bickley here. It's going to be just straight down to the flat. Not much there for Penn State. And they're really playing for three here. But we know, listen, this is one of the toughest environments to play at in college football. Happy Valley, it is not easy. So going on the road here and playing well, that's going to be difficult, especially for the redshirt sophomore Lincoln, who's barely seen the field in his time at Texas. Carden in the backfield, Burfict the tight end. We have the true freshman George Biaka-Batuka on the field. I'm excited to see what these guys can do. And we're going to get the ball out quickly, and there is Burfict getting real close. Dante Burfict makes it 4th and 1. We will keep the offense out on the field. Can Jean-Pierre beat press? I'm struggling to remember what the play is, and that's the problem with playing in an environment like this. But we're going towards the true freshman, and there is George Biaka-Batuka. Makes the catch, gets the first down, and we are moving the football down the field here. I would like an opportunity to get the running game involved a little bit, but it's just not going to happen just yet. As we continue to try and get the tight end involved, that is the 3rd catch already for Dante Burfict, as we're going to see if Carden wants to make an impact on the ground. And Clifton Carden gets us a few. Nothing especially crazy to this point. And it's 2nd down and 7. Could run the ball in this spot, but we're actually going to use Carden as a receiver. And the ball's going to go right out to him, and he can't make the catch. The ball came out way later than intended, and the route was not what I thought it was going to be. So we actually avoid disaster as it's 3rd and 7. Ball comes out quickly. That's the strength of our quarterback. He does not have great deep accuracy. But Frederick Lincoln does have a really strong arm, so he should be able to hit a lot of these tight window throws. Ball goes to Chavis. We fought to keep him. We convinced him to stay in Austin. And that's exactly what he did. Steve Chavis, touchdown. I guess he didn't stay in Austin. He's traveled on the road with us. 34-yard rush by Clifton Carden, and then back-to-back runs by Frederick Lincoln. He's a pretty good athlete. Maybe not absolutely incredible. Not the craziest athlete we've seen in a dynasty so far, but quite good. And they are just all over that RPO. Nowhere to go. It's 4th and 5. 49-yard field goal, I think, will end up being the call. A little bit of wind. Shouldn't play too much of an impact. What do college kickers do? Well, when Gene Dangus is controlling them, they hit. Never a doubt on that one. Not even for a second. And our defense is playing well. Only 3 points for Penn State here, and we've taken the crowd out of it. The crowd no longer cares. But that pressure might get them re-involved. And it does a little bit. A little bit. Not a ton. We need positive plays. We're actually going to step up here. And there goes Frederick Lincoln scrambling for the first. If we can make this a 2-possession game going into the locker room, that's where we want to be. Because we got Volk in the slot. Actually, I want that to be Biaka Batuka. He's not currently on the field. He's back on the field. Here's 2nd and 1. Quick throw outside. I mean, we're in a position, and Biaka Batuka's got a pretty mean juke. We're in a position where we could try and go for the big play. Like, with the arm strength of Lincoln, I'm seeing some opportunities potentially stretch the field and throw bullets and things like that, but the accuracy can be a bit of a question. And if the check down is there, that's probably the right call a lot of the time. Here's 2nd and 10. We're going to go speed option. Ball's got to come out quickly. Chavis gets the delivery and fights for 3rd and manageable. 3rd and short. Plenty of time. Let's make the catch. George Biaka Batuka moves the chains. We're going to move into the hurry up. We might be inside 20 seconds by the time this ball is snapped. It's going to be close. We're just going to look to scramble, and Lincoln's brought down. We're going to call our first timeout. Give us a good opportunity to kind of reset here. Find a place to go with the football. We're going to find the tight end. Perfect. Hurtling into the end zone. Touchdown. Let's go. That is big. We make this a 2-possession game going into the half. Perfect has been a big player for us so far. He's made some nice catches. It's 17-3, 17-10 into the second half, and our defense needs help. Penn State on the verge of tying it. We have been a different team in the 3rd quarter, and not the team that we wanted to be. No, that is just that's an impossible route to cover. Touchdown, Penn State. I think the crowd's going to be back into it. Dominic Talbot, touchdown. We're there, just not there enough. And our defense needs help again. Fumble on the return. Penn State with the ball in the 16. Chance to take the lead. And they're all but guaranteed to. Some type of like shovel option, it looks like. What was that play? Not successful. It's so weird seeing us unranked. And, you know, we're starting the year number 1, number 2, top 10 every year at Mizzou. And now it's a complete reset. Unranked. This would be a big win to kick off the Gene Dangus era. Throw over the middle. It's complete. Broken tackle. Another broken tackle. And a touchdown for the Nittany Lions. .4:29 to play. Our offense has slowed down significantly. See if we can find the end zone. Tie it up. We're going to have to. Nearly intercepted. You think with 99 throw power, that ball would have got there a little bit quicker. I wanted the tight end. We caught a break that was dropped. And the routes are not what I expected them to be. Frederick Lincoln down to the 1. Need Carden to find the end zone. And he will. Ball across the plane. We're going to be tied. That was a close one, but we'll take it. And we are actually in a position to get the football back tied at 24. This would be a huge upset over number 17, Penn State. Or would it? I mean, I guess, can you preseason rank this team? It'd be a weird spot, right? Because obviously you could say they're very talented. They did well in the portal. But they're coming off of a 3-win season with a new head coach. But it's Gene Dangus, one of the best head coaches in the history of the game. That is not the right button, and it's picked. The flat is not A. Oh, my God. Huge interception by Jalen Ramsey. Just trying to get to the ball in the flat immediately. And, of course, it's not the right button, and it's insta-picked. Who is this running back? What the hell? Unreal. Somebody get a check on Jalen Ramsey. See if he's got any eligibility. If we hold them to 3, we're in great position. If we allow a touchdown, it's still okay. It's not exactly where we want to be. But it could be worse. Is that a first? It is. Okay. We're actually going to call a timeout. Unless that was the 2-minute timeout I just screwed up and the clock would have been stopped anyway. That might have been a mistake. I don't know if that was the case. It probably was. It's not going to matter. Touchdown anyway. All right, here we go. 1:50 on the clock. The crowd's going to be going absolutely ballistic. We need a touchdown. Throw underneath to Biaka Batuka. Can't really find much. And I'm really going to have to study what play we're calling prior to coming out here, because it's going to change. But this is clearly verticals. We're going to get sacked. Got to call a timeout. Can Perfect hear this call? It looks like he probably can. They're not covering the tight end. That's where the ball's going. It's caught by Perfect. He's got plenty of space. Stiff arming out to midfield. The 6th catch of the game for Dante Perfect. How did they make that mistake? Sacked again. Their coverage was way better than I was expecting it to be, and then just panicked. Don't really want to burn our final timeout in this spot. Although, it wouldn't be the worst idea. Carden stiff arms, gets some of it back. 3rd and 11. I mean, no one knows what the call is. Oh, we burned him. We burned him down the field. Please, York makes the catch. Touchdown, Texas. He beat his man off the line. They pressed him, and that was a huge mistake. That was absolutely imperative. Ben York, touchdown. Now the question is, did we score too quickly? We're going to play to tie it. There's 44 seconds left. They have all of their timeouts. I don't really think it makes a ton of sense to go for 2, only to be beat by a last-second field goal. We're going to hope they want to play for overtime. I think going for 2 is stupid in this spot. I get you're on the road, you want to win, but it's too easy to drive down the field in 44 seconds in college football 26 with 3 timeouts and beat me in regulation. So we're going to hope this just ticks all the way down. That's what we needed to do. Just tick down. They're not calling timeouts, interestingly enough. That's got to be a pick. It's a user pick. Easy reads. Green eggs and ham. Witt with the pick. and has put us in position to win. What a mistake from Drew Aller. Oh, it's not Drew Aller? Could have fooled me. First turnover of the game. And for us, and it's a huge one for the sophomore linebacker, Brian Witt. And now we just need to get in field goal position to win it. Or better yet, maybe a touchdown. There's Carden. Inside the 20. 8 rushes for 61 yards. What a twist. What a turn. Penn State actively calling timeouts as well. They're trying to have some time on the clock if they were to get the football back. Ooh, Chavis is rocked. And we're going to let this go down. We have 1 timeout. We're going to call it with 3 seconds left. You can't say bailed when I make a great user pick with Witt. I bailed myself out by being so good. They're going to try to ice us. On the road. Doesn't matter. Nice. The meter is moving a little bit, but this should be good. Right down the middle. Does it have the leg? Of course it does. Get your horns up in the chat. Big win for the Horns on the road against the top 25 Nittany Lions. What a start to the era of Gene Dangus here at Texas. Frederick Lincoln was the player of the game, threw a big pick there, but I don't know how the flat option wasn't A. I feel like that quick throw to the flat is always A. And it wasn't this time around. Maybe it was RB. It's tough to know. But, hey, starting out 1-0, it's the best thing we could start out doing. But Lincoln played fairly well, not perfect. Clifton Carden, 9 for 62, but overall did not run the ball especially well. And Dante Burfict was the main go-to. But Ben York had a big game. Of course, the 49-yard bomb to put us in a position to tie with the extra point, so to tie it. And then defensively, Antoine Jamerson, 2 sacks, TFL for Ostrowski and Leon Jocelyn. And then, of course, the interception for the sophomore freak linebacker, Brian Witt. Very good work from the guys. Championship contender up to a B+. Steve Chavis highly considering leaving, so we need to get it up to an A+. So, winning a national championship, maybe. We have the FCS West Trenton State Titans on the schedule. This is a team we need to beat the absolute hell out of. I better hear it get real loud here. 3-9, no more. The first game of the Gene Dangus era was on the road at Penn State, and we won. This crowd better get real loud, even against an FCS school. They better be loud as hell. Show some love for Gene Dangus. Can my Dangus get a little bit of love? Let's go. Ball at the 15. We got to come out and score. I don't know. Probably about 110 today. A little bit of pressure there. A little bit of pressure. Pressure makes diamonds. I'd love to get a fade rocking for York. Okay. Wanted Y there. Pressed X anyway. I'm thinking it's going to be easy. And then it hasn't. Thank you for saying easy in the game. It hasn't been especially easy so far. All right, we're going to run. Frederick Lincoln touchdown. Okay, that was kind of easy. That was. It took a second to get there, but Frederick Lincoln scrambles on in. We need to be able to see that athletic difference, and hopefully that's going to show up a lot today. Big third down, make a stop. I'm a little bit annoyed that they've already made it into Texas territory. That should not be the case. Shoot through that egg out. Got a good block. Ooh, suddenly no. And that is good coverage. Trenton State with no choice but to punt. And we are already driving down the field. 18 yards from Clifton Carden. 28 to George Biaka-Batuka. And then a defensive penalty has put us right back where we started this game on the 16-yard line here in this moment. And we're going to throw to the end zone. That is a beautiful ball to Biaka-Batuka. Hiya, Georgie. Touchdown for George Biaka-Batuka. That's a reference to a movie I've never seen. I think I've mentioned that before. I love saying, hiya, Georgie. And it's the It Clown, and he's just in the sewer under the road. I was going to say, I mean, his reasons were nefarious. He wasn't just saying what's up. He wanted to, I don't know, procure a child. Can you say that? I guess you cannot say that. See if we can get the run game going a little bit. Ooh, we actually certainly had the first down and then made an unnecessary cut and lost it. We'll leave the offense out there. George Darnold. I remember George Darnold. He was in... I think he was in Wyoming Dynasty, but he wasn't the first Georgie in a series. Here's 4th and inches. They're pressing on the outside. It's your funeral. I mean, you said you're not athletic enough. You've got no chance there. What are you doing? Touchdown, Ben York. And we got the ball back. Leon Jocelyn recovered a fumble for 61 yards. This is a murder. Ooh, George Biaka-Batuka refusing to be tackled. Frederick Lincoln has 108 yards passing, but 3 touchdowns. Trenton State calling a timeout for what reason, I don't know. We're trying to get the ball back to score. That's not going to happen. Touchdown. Perfect. Too perfect to perfect. And it's 28-0. And we may not be done yet. Lincoln is putting up a Heisman campaign all in one game. Whenever you really try to bullet it, it's always not accurate, I feel like. And that wasn't really even close. Free play because the cornerback lined up offside. Dude, why is holding the button down to get a bullet pass resulting in a terrible throw every time? That's one of the many glitches in this game where the corner just kind of lines up offside for no reason. And you get an absolutely free play. Some great blocks. Frederick Lincoln touchdown. His 5th of the game. A few through the air and a couple on the ground. It's going to be 35-0. And we got the football right back. Just hit Teague for 29. I mean, at some point we're going to think about polling the starters, but right now we're just seeing what this team can do. And we maybe had a streak in there, but how about the check down to Carden for a touchdown? This is B2A. Belt to ass. This is my favorite real team against my favorite fake team. Actually, the Riverside Royals are probably my favorite fake team. Wide open. Jean-Pierre, touchdown. Oh, boy. Yeah, go beat traffic. It's going to be 50-0. And we just got the ball again. Interception by Fiatelli Woollyhand. Gives us the ball on the 9. We haven't even used the running backs. Chavis, touchdown. Oh, big stiff arm. Ugh. I would just let him score at that point. You just got put on a poster. And you know what? They did score. They did end up scoring. It's 56-3. We never took the starters out. Working off play action. Shot to the end zone. George Biakabatuka has thrown the ball through the head of a photographer. And we've dropped a 60 burger on him. Yeah, he was just running kind of like a wheel route. And we had all day with our O-line against their pass rush. And, I mean, nobody was within 10 yards of Biakabatuka. And 63-3 is your final. We actually scored the most amount of points in the third quarter. 8 total touchdowns for Frederick Lincoln, completing 84% of his passes. I would say he was the player of the game. I would give you that. Made some nice throws, had some nice runs, and this is really what you're supposed to do against a team like this. Go out and crush them. 16 of 19 for 275, 6 touchdowns through the air. On the ground, he also had 2. 18 for 98 for Steve Chavis, the score. 8 for 62 for Clifton Carden. And then receiving, Biakabatuka did cross over 100 yards, 2 touchdowns, but also touchdowns for Antoine Jean-Pierre, Clifton Carden, Dante Burfict, Ben York, everybody getting involved, including the true freshman 5-star, Jared Teague, who managed to catch a pass, although didn't score remarkably. 3 TFLs for Kevin Ostrovsky, 2 for Leon Jocelyn. Also, I'm saying Ostrovsky instead of Ostrowski, because I'm assuming that's like Polish, which would be a V, but it could just be Ostrowski. 2 for Leon Jocelyn, 1 for Jarius Ream, and of course the pick we knew about, Faiteli Willihan. Jocelyn forced a fumble, recovered it. No defensive touchdowns, just a beatdown here in Austin. We got UTEP next. They went 1-1. And they're about to be 1-2. I said they went through, the first couple weeks of the year. This is a team that also we should beat by 1 billion. I don't know if it's going to be 63-3, but I'd like to beat them by 35 plus, 40 plus. UTEP's all right. And we'll see if Frederick Lincoln can build off of a couple of games here. Obviously made the unfortunate mistake at Penn State, but has mostly been awesome. And we're not even going to let that route develop. Ben York touchdown. That's it. That is a pretty easy 14-0 start for us, as we will take over on 3rd and inches. And, I mean, they're asking for trouble here. They've got no help over the top. What do they think is actually going to happen? An underthrow? All right. I mean, they got lucky with an underthrow. I'm actually super confused on what happened here. We can't go to replay. We'll just see it a little bit. Was it just terribly underthrown? I don't know. Throw it up for Biakabatuka. 4th and inches. Can you imagine a slot fade? Touchdown for the true freshman. George Biakabatuka quickly becoming a favorite downfield for Frederick Lincoln. That's absolutely a sentence, by the way. That's a unique sentence. It's never been said before in the history of mankind, and that's kind of fun. Play action, Frederick Lincoln will throw on the run. It is caught, and they're going to call timeouts here. Just bullet it for Biakabatuka. He makes the catch and breaks a tackle. It was an RPO, but it was seriously only going to be a throw there. We will keep it on the ground. Chavis, touchdown. Steve Chavis, part of a really good backfield. Now, we've seen a lot of 2 players as Willihan comes away with another pick. But it's actually a 3-headed monster in the backfield. It just, you really haven't seen a lot of Clint Jefferson so far, because we really haven't come out with a lot of power runs. I feel like the power back probably only comes in by default, like goal line and stuff. And we just haven't had a need to be in that. as we keep scoring from however far out that we want to. Clifton Carden. Big touchdown. It's 35-0 through a half, and I don't know why it wouldn't be more. I don't think they're suddenly going to be really good. That would be amazing. Imagine that. UTEP figures it out against us. I don't think it's going to happen. Sick route, Antoine Jean-Pierre, touchdown. It's not going to look this easy against Alabama on the road, at Ole Miss. You know, we definitely play like 4 tough road games in a row. At Auburn, and there's another one as well. So, we'll see what happens, but we are mowing down UTEP and Trenton State. Chavis with a great lead block. Frederick Lincoln scrambles down to the 1. And this could be a fun way to get George Biaka-Batuka involved. We've seen him break a tackle before. Oh, that's a pretty strong spin move back and a touchdown for George Biaka-Batuka. He might be a special player for us. He might be a special player. True freshman on the field already and making a big-time impact. It's not necessarily always about the attributes. It's about what do you do when we're actually on the field. Can you perform? Can you not? Well, the answer was yes. And we went 49-7. That definitely covers the lead I was looking for. Frederick Lincoln was nearly perfect again. 236 yards through the air, 5 touchdowns. On the ground, Chavis 16 for 86, 2 scores. Clint Jefferson 4 for 23. Clifton Carden really didn't play a whole lot, but it was good when he did play. A couple of broken tackles. I'm not really worried about the yards per carry. He obviously caught a touchdown as well. 3 for 37. Ben York with a TD. Antoine Jean-Pierre with a TD. Biaka-Batuka, unfortunately, a yard off of 100, but scored twice. And then defensively, 2 TFLs for Antoine Jamerson. 2 sacks, of course. And the pick for Willie Hand. And Muhammad Diggs even got one as well. So, we are 3-0. Texas is officially back. We tied our win total from a season ago, the Gene Dangus era. And also, I know what you're going to say. It was Penn State, UTEP, and Trenton State. Listen, 3 wins is 3 wins. Texas is a college football playoff team in real life in 2025 if they didn't schedule Ohio State. That's literally the only thing that held them back. That was it. And we're on the road against number 19 undefeated Ole Miss. It might get a bit tougher now. We'll see. In play for the number 1 player in the nation, Robert Sun from San Antonio. Only a 3-star pipeline, kind of strange. Really good player. Really well-rounded. Definitely a good enough athlete. Can't schedule anybody until week 7. Just didn't have the home games this time around. Week 8 is Missouri State. Maybe I should have rescheduled that. We have a lot of bye weeks involved. But we're very much in play. It's just us or Oklahoma State. And they just don't have the resources. So Robert Sun is a done deal. We did get locked out on Johnny Drango. And some of these are not looking phenomenal. But it's mostly going well. So we will offer different pitches to the players where it makes sense to, like Stephon Dalton. And we may try to set up a visit, but it may be too late by the time week 7 rolls around for a lot of these guys. So definitely no guarantees. We are about to find out if this Texas team under Gene Dangus is legit. Because you can go out, you can go on the road, you can steal a game sometimes. It's tough, but you can do it. And then we played an FCS school, no disrespect to the Trenton State Titans, and UTEP. This is on the road in the SEC, top to bottom, the best conference, the most talented conference in college football. That doesn't mean they're going to win the national championship every year, but top to bottom, there is no conference with nearly as much talent as the SEC. The Big Ten is second. The ACC used to be third. They may still be, but I think the Big 12 is probably quite comparable. But we're about to see if this team's legit. It's a different thing to go on the road here and win, even if it is Ole Miss. This is historically kind of a mid-tier SEC school, but they've had their moments, no doubt. And we'll see if they continue to have those under head coach Pete Golding. But imagine Lane Kiffin could still be here in the game, as that pass is dropped on the boundary. I think it was perfect. But, you know, Lincoln's throwing the ball well. Perfect, making up for the a drop, non-catch, whatever happened before, whatever you want to call that, with a big catch and then a broken tackle. Just going to check down. It's a safer throw. We're not trying to be crazy here. Play action shot to Antoine Jean-Pierre. That could be fun. That's a good route. He's open. Can we get it out there? Oh, we can! Jean-Pierre makes the catch. Frederick Lincoln, it was a pretty good throw, all things considered. Pretty good throw. Under some serious pressure. And even under duress, he delivers. But a great catch from Antoine Jean-Pierre. And just as we like to do, we're going to scramble down here. Does Frederick Lincoln not have a slide? Am I forgetting how to slide? Does it not tap the button on CFB? Chavis, touchdown. Maybe Frederick Lincoln just isn't a slider, but I gotta stop diving. I gotta stop diving. Touchdown, Chavis. Good start, and our defense has given us the ball back. You'd love to see it. We got to make this a two-possession game. The moment I feel like you make it a two-possession game, you kill the will of the opposing team. Now it's a legit comeback. Oh, great blocks down the field. Perfect. Stiff arming inside the 10. I'm trying to figure out myself. How legit is Frederick Lincoln? I think we're seeing right now, he is pretty good as we try to get it out to the transfer Volk. Again, my goal for him is probably tight end. But he's out playing some receiver, especially in the low red zone. We're going to give him a chance. High point, it's not even close to where it needs to be. It's picked. High point throws are asking for trouble. Tried to let him make a play because we were talking about him. Nope. 38-yard rush by Clifton Carden. Like, I like the idea of a high point. I've got crazy height and catchability at receiver. And a high point, I think, is probably a lot better than people give it credit. It's underrated because you can put the ball up there to big 6'6" receivers like Volk. And J.D. Volk's going to come down with it. You just got to remember to high point the ball to get that extra loft under it. And then you can use the size to your advantage. I think Volk does have platinum 50-50, which I didn't see light up as Ole Miss is finally on the board. We got the ball back, though. 1:19 to play. Can we make something happen? I hope the answer is unequivocally yes. Great route. Antoine Jean-Pierre. Just seeing one interception is just so ugly. But it's all right. Sometimes it happens. The real ugly thing is having one loss. So let's not do that. Two-possession game before the half. We kill the will of Ole Miss. I don't even know if throwing it there was the best call. There were a lot of options that looked close to something big. Decided not to take any of them at any time up until that. Scrambling also could have yielded a big play. Maybe had Y there on the cross. That's okay. Don't want to make a mistake. Can just choose the next play. That makes a lot of sense. High point. Oh, jeez. The high point, I'm doing it there because I'm trying to lead over the linebackers, and it lets the linebackers make a play. Lincoln stuffed. It'll be 4th and 1. That's maybe not where you want to run it. 18 seconds. Touchdown now may be off the table. We're just playing for 3. Let's call a timeout. We are potentially going to blow the opportunity here. But we can throw it anywhere on the field. Or even run it. Frederick Lincoln gets a couple of blocks. We're going to call a timeout. And we're going to take a 43-yard field goal. The clock finally starts moving. I was waiting for it to tick. But it refused. While the ball was spotted. 43-yard line. Or 43-yarder from the 25-yard line. I don't know why I'm tempted to fake. That's just not wise. Kick up. And good. It's a 2-possession game. This is where we want to be. And there was an instant score and then another by the other team. It's 24-14. Oh my goodness. Jared Teague, 28-yard kick return. Wow. So we can't see the touchdown, unfortunately. But we do see the score. And we were in a pretty good overall spot here. Trying to move the chains. Bouncing it outside. Chavis losing a couple. Tried to make something happen, just couldn't do it. And at 24-17, fourth quarter, 3rd and 8 to win the game. I know that's a little bit presumptuous. But is that being used effectively? Oh, we're going to have to run here. Create a little bit of time. There's perfect. I think if... Oh, big truck. I think if we get the first down there, we can take more time off the clock and guarantee the 2-possession game. So we're going to be able to bring this down. It's 1st and 10. Touchdown would be great. Not a touchdown, great too. As long as we don't turn over the ball. Here's Jefferson, the big power back. As long as we don't turn over the ball, they're going to be in a tough position. There's just not enough time. As Jefferson will stay in the game. And hopefully bring us near that line to gain. The cutback is just so slow. And Ole Miss is actually going to start calling timeouts. But them burning timeouts is good for us too. Didn't think they would at this point. But yeah, I guess they need to keep every second on the clock if they can. We're going to run. They forgot about Lincoln. Well, I won't. John Wilkes Booth. Bad guy. Never forget. Frederick Lincoln. Good scramble. They just forget about the quarterback. I think they're out there in man coverage. Everybody's on somebody. Nobody's on the quarterback. I paused for too long trying to think of the name Ford's Theater. Took me way too long. Yeah, throw that moron. That's a user pick. Easy reads. The Giving Tree. Easy reads. 31-17. They are going for it on 4th down. And I don't think they're going to win. Easy. Okay. Okay. That was interesting. So he wanted to run, and he's like, shit, if I run, the game's over. And then he's like, well, there's nobody to throw to, so I'll scramble out of bounds to stop the clock. That's great. When you have 4th down and anything, that means you don't get to save clock to play for another snap. So, that was an interesting choice. But that's an Ole Miss education for you, I guess. Oh, zing! No, I'm just kidding. Delay a game. I don't even have an education. So, comparatively to me, you're doing incredible. This is the Gene Dangus message to the rest of the conference. You got to remember, this Texas team had 0 conference wins last year. We got to show that there's a new sheriff in town. And a new deputy. And his name's perfect. He dropped it. 31-17 is your final. Would have been nice. Would have been nice there. If you guys couldn't tell, the chat has Bengal Bucks on it, which I forgot about. Maybe it was a great line. And I missed a slot receiver. I missed a lot of things. Interception for Frederick Lincoln, unfortunately. But he had a great game on the ground. 9 for 65, had a touchdown. Chavis had a touchdown. Clifton Carden got injured, but was 4 for 64 before that. It's a lot of fours. J.D. Volk, 6 for 66 and a touchdown. Touchdown for Ben York. Antoine Jean-Pierre had a very nice game. And then defensively, 2 TFLs for Stelz, 1 for Bean and Jamerson. The sack to Ostrowski, and the interception for Brian Witt. I'm worried about Clifton Carden. The good news is we have a great backup, or backups. So, not the end of the world if he's seriously injured, but you're never rooting for that. He's so talented. We want to have our good players on the field. Call me crazy. It's a ruptured disc in his back. So he's going to be out 8 weeks. And then George Biaka-Batuka was off to such a great start. Pulled groin. So he's going to miss the next 4 weeks. So 2 stars I was excited about. Now both going to miss significant time. And we don't get our bye weeks to like week 10 and 12. So not great. We are ranked, by the way, 25 after beating Penn State on the road and Ole Miss on the road. I think they think we're legit now, but we're about to find out. Alabama, ranked number 1. This used to be a go-to title for me about 10 years ago, which is crazy to think. But yeah, 10 years ago, we went on the road to play number 1 Alabama. Or we played the number 1 team in the country. We played number 1 Alabama. I've done it all. And that's what we're about to do. Back when Alabama was ranked number 1, but they never are anymore. At least that's how it's been in college football 25 and 26. This will be an interesting one. They are a 99 overall everything. And we need to face them in Tuscaloosa. We may be in for a problem. Is this supposed to be a scary environment? Bryant-Denny Stadium, Tuscaloosa. Don't scare me none. This Gene Dangus team, right? These guys are different. Gene Dangus comes into the program. You get the Gene Dangus buff. And that's what we're dealing with. Alabama. Oh, we're the number 1 team in the nation. You ain't never seen a team like this, right? Here we go. We've got the Heisman winner of this season at quarterback, Frederick Lincoln. We are missing some key players. And the button thing is going to be frustrating. Thought maybe the scramble was there. Didn't have the correct buttons. You don't have the right routes. You got to make a play on that ball. And York drops it. See, that's a throw that I think should be open. But it's never thrown to where we need it to be. You need the receiver to work back to the ball there. We're going to scramble. Get that block. There goes Frederick Lincoln. There goes Frederick. Explodes for close to 30. We're going to get on the move. We're going to run again. There goes Frederick Lincoln. There goes that man. He's closing in on 50 yards already. We're going to run again. Why not? Frederick Lincoln down inside the 10. Watching this game at a bar a few years ago when Texas upset Alabama. I remember where I was. I was at my setup. Not unusual. Watching with wheels, I believe. Yeah, I think Texas may have been the betting favorite going into that game, but they were definitely lower ranked. And it was on the road. And Steve Chavis scores a touchdown. They may not have been lower ranked, actually. But I think they might have been a slight favorite. It's tough on the road. And Texas, I think, clearly looked like the better team. Like, I felt pretty good about Texas beating them. So, I was happy that it happened at the time. And we're looking to do so again. 7-0. Our defense does need help, though. And hopefully we are the team, or the player, to help them out. We're playing horrendous defense. Might as well just run. That couldn't have been worse. Touchdown, Bam, on the scramble, and it's two scrambling quarterbacks right now. And that's the difference. It's not, you know, anybody beating through the air. And that pass is dropped. Let's leave the offense out there. You need every single point you can get in a game like this. So you could play the field position game, but I want to play the leave the offense out on the field game. Antoine Jean-Pierre with the first down. Third and 10. We're going to just play the 4-down territory type of idea there. Sets up 4th and 1. It's a 53-yard field goal or leave the offense out of the field. I don't even think this is a question. You can literally count on your hands how many times Texas has beat Alabama. Well, yeah, because Texas historically hasn't played them very much. What about recently? Take that. 14-7. Alabama is driving again. Bama fans are used to counting on their hands, to be fair. That's a very good one. I don't even think there's any coming back from that. Second and 10. Is this a bold blitz here from the second corner? Ooh, nice little RPO flat to the tight end. Trusnick hits him. Jason Trusnick is the name I remember. Here's 3rd and 5. No, they had the window. The quarterback just didn't let it go. But they will leave him out there as Bama tries to convert a 4th and 3. So two very aggressive offenses here. They're saying, you know what? Field goals are not going to be enough to win this game. And they may be right. Touchdown. We need our pass rush to improve. I mean, there's no question our pass rush is not good enough. This is a good spot, though. We have 3 timeouts plus the 2-minute warning. We want to take advantage of that with a completion here. Or a run would be fine. We're going to get sacked. That's not good. Timeout gives us a second to decide, but it also helps out Alabama. Way more time to score. We might try a screen or something. Methodical, thanks for the tier 1. They're playing Mo Bamba here. They don't know. Mo Bamba is a Texas basketball player. 13-yard run. It's 3rd and 3. A minute and a half to play here in the first half. Sacked. How can we? He just doesn't have the juice. We should have just thrown, but it just looked like it was going to be wide open. Very good punt, though. And it's tough to punt here, which is interesting. But they're going to have all the field to get down. They're just not going to be able to do it. Into the second half. 1st and goal from the 8. Touchdown gives us the lead. Locked at 14. Can we break the tie? Chavis with spinning the opposite way of what you'd expect there. Spins the way he's running. It fools everybody, including me. First down, not an option anymore, but need that touchdown. 3rd and goal from the 4. Field goals are not going to be enough in this game, and we are sacked again. I don't feel comfortable on this game taking 3, knowing how finicky the kicking is on the road and we're close up. We're going to leave the offense out there. This is a crazy decision, but It's CFB 26. It's like necessary, as Chavis cannot make the catch. Alabama takes over, but deep in their own territory, so not really too big of a deal. I'd rather try a kick from back here. 4th and 10 from the 34. This is for the lead. And I just don't miss. So maybe I should have kicked 3 earlier for that reason. Big kick. 17-14. We take the lead on the road here in Tuscaloosa. 3rd and 6 for Bama. Into the 4th quarter. Come on, Bickley has been just horrendous in space when we've usered him. Yeah, that's great. Broken tackle. Wow, all right. That's not ideal. I'll tell you that much. Yeah, this is a classic right now. Good defensive battle. Defense is just getting after each quarterback, except for ours, I guess. But we've held them off the scoreboard, mostly. Only 14 points here into the 4th quarter at home. Bad result. So we can feel good about that. Like some type of RPO. Duke Fine, injured. And it's 3rd and 4. You assume they play for the tie here. If they can't get it. But they get it. Touchdown. Wow. That's not great. Alabama takes the lead. There's still time. Like, if we were to score a touchdown, which it looks like we're about to, I think there's too much time for Bama, obviously, by a lot. Like, we could even get the ball after. Dante Burfict, J.D. Volk, 32-yard rush from Steve Chavis. I almost think if we can't get the touchdown, we could also take 3, potentially, and it wouldn't be the end of the world. I think we'd probably get the ball back. But we probably just want to score a touchdown. These are not aggressive calls. 2nd and 10. We're just struggling right now. This Bama defense is good. Kick earth here would have been nice. Yeah, but it obviously could have changed what Bama ended up doing. Sacked again. Damn. We just got to get rid of the ball. Can't. Lincoln fumbles. It's recovered by Alabama. The one thing we absolutely could not do was turn over the football, and it's what we did. It's still okay, though. Turnover would be awesome. Let's read option. Oh, nice play by Jamerson. We're call timeout. All we need is a 3 and out. Or a punt at any point, really. We'll get the ball back. Touchdown wins the game. We'll know exactly what we need. Big tackle. We're going to call another timeout. Third and 12. They will run the ball and thankfully not get it. We will call our final timeout. That's a bold decision. But one timeout probably doesn't do us a whole lot of good down the line. I guess I'd rather have the 40 seconds and try to make a serious drive here. So we'll see what we can do. 2:47 on the clock. We're playing to take time off the clock, but we need a touchdown over everything. And the ball's just got to come out. There's J.D. Volk. Still super excited about his potential. I think he ultimately finds a home at tight end. Got to avoid the sack. Antoine Jean-Pierre makes the catch. But Alabama's not messing around. One snap before the 2-minute timeout. It's perfect. It's not really a tremendous result there. Sets up 3rd and 7. Really not where you want to be. This is the play. So maybe Chavis could be our first look, and then we'll get to, like, the spot and go. We're going to throw it for Chavis. That is an unbelievable ball and a first down. What a throw from Frederick Lincoln. Intercepted. I have pressed the wrong button. I know you can't believe it. I'm only looking at the drag. I try to throw the drag. You wouldn't imagine my surprise when the ball head straight 10 yards back into the left in a double coverage. This fucking button changing shit is the... Oh my god. Let me see the buttons. Oh my god. I can't tell you how open this is. And I'm trying so hard to throw it. And I, in turn, throw it in another way by throwing the game. I mean, do you think for a second I'm trying to throw to 81 here? Oh my god. Like, this is free. This was the moment of panic, right? Bang, right there. When I go, that's not a very accurate pass at all. This is going to be a very tough game to win now. And by tough, I mean impossible. This is where a final timeout could have come in handy, but the clock would have also been in a different spot because we wouldn't have used the timeout to stop it in the first place. Bama wins here at home. Our perfect season is over. We played close to #1 Alabama. We honestly should have beat them. But it didn't happen. I mean, there are a lot of reasons why, but it didn't happen at the end of the day. We need to rebound. We have more tough road games on the way. We can't let this one loss destroy a season. And it's not going to. We won 3 games last year. This year, we are obviously already up to 3. We're 4-1. And our only loss is to the #1 team in the country. We're going to be okay. Because we just got our first recruit of the Gene Dangus era here at Texas. Hook 'em. Alec Hodge from Missouri City, Texas. Could be Hogue. Could be whatever. Could be Hoge, I guess, but could be Hoagie. But I'm pronouncing it like Merrill Hodge. I believe it's spelled the same way. He's got 84 speed or so. Pretty good linebacker. He was a top 50 player in the nation. Our championship contender grade unfortunately does drop, but it can go back up with the win at number 16 Auburn, which would rank us back inside the top 25. We need to get some visits going, but a lot of this is looking very good. So, just got to keep it up. And some of these we're just not going to win. Like Denzel Rubin with a week 6 to Oregon. They've got a better pipeline. They're gaining on us. That one's probably a loss, unless we can get a well-timed visit. But even so, would it even be worth it? Probably not. But a lot of these are looking great. Pretty interesting matchup here, week 6 at number 16 Auburn. It's part of the really tough stretch on our schedule. Unfortunately, lost at Alabama, close. Auburn and Oklahoma could potentially be tough matchups. So we are no longer ranked in the top 25 after finally getting ranked at number 25. I say finally, there's only a few games. And we're dealing with some injuries, obviously, as we always are. Timote Ficken, starting free safety. Torn labrum, going to miss the next 2 weeks. George Biaka-Batuka, the fun, true freshman. Unfortunately, pulled groin, still going to be out 2 weeks. And then our superstar, talented running back that we got in the transfer portal, Clifton Carden, ruptured disc, which I guess it's better than the alternative if you change a letter or two in there. Still going to be out for a while, 6 weeks. Now, we do have a good backup. I say backup, it's pretty much been running back by committee so far. We know Steve Chavis is going to be good. We know Clint Jefferson's going to be a good power back. And at receiver, we still have guys that can play even with George Biaka-Patuka going down. And I guess we're going to see quite a bit of J.D. Volk, the fun redshirt freshman. Eventually, I think is going to be a monster tight end, but until that time comes, of course, he'll be at wide receiver. The recruiting update for Week 6 is as follows. We're doing very well across the board. I just don't think there's anything Oklahoma State can do to get Robert Sun. Yeah, sure, they have a Week 10 visit. We're not even remotely close to Week 10. But what we do want to do is get some visits going for the Oklahoma game. We really have not had many visit opportunities, and there are a number of players that could benefit from having a visit at the Cotton Bowl, Red River. This is going to be a pretty big visit week, so we'll try to, match up some complementaries and see where things kind of align. But we're doing quite well so far, and we cannot lose out on Daryl Hagans. I don't think we're going to. I think we probably just beat out UCLA outright. Washington can make it close with a visit. I don't know that a Week 8's going to do much for us, but he is a must-get player with 90 speed and acceleration at the inside linebacker position. So we have scheduled 4 visits. We're not getting many complimentary here because the only way a center, athlete agile, can get a complimentary, it's got to be the tackle, guard, or running back, as far as I know. Maybe you get it with a quarterback. I think maybe you would, but we're not recruiting a quarterback currently. We maybe should be, considering that our quarterback's going to be draft eligible. But we have somebody waiting in the wings as well. Caesar Chick, I think it's just the timing of the visit may be more important than anything. Couldn't get a complimentary for him. Same thing with Eric Fuentes. We have Georgia making a strong push. This Week 7 against Oklahoma, who's apparently a much higher tier opponent in a rivalry game, would be big points for us. So we just needed to work with the timing here versus the complimentary, which I usually try to get going. Just didn't make sense this time around. Just going to make sure we're selling everybody correctly. And then we're going to get ready to take on Auburn. Tobias Hajj-Ralahu is a pretty good-looking safety prospect, and I think that's going to be a weakness for us. He's got decent speed and acceleration for sure, good coverage ability. So I think he'll have some type of role on the team. I think these hybrid safeties, when fast enough, often make good nickel corners. Miami might pass us up here in Wayne Wilbur. That might be where a visit comes in handy. And then Victor Battles we look okay on. We're already off to a really hot start in trying to bring Texas back after one of the worst seasons in team history. Just got to continue to recruit well, which I think we're on the track to doing. We crushed it in the portal, and you got to beat teams that are good. And Auburn is absolutely a good team. They are number 16 in the nation, and they have the benefit of playing at home. So it'll be a tough environment in which to play in. We're going to have to hope that we are good enough to get it done. We've got, again, a couple of injuries that we talked about, but it shouldn't be the end of the world. And this is an interesting one. It's a night game. Rain pouring down here at Jordan-Hare. And that could make things a little interesting here. Maybe we stick to the run here a lot. We've obviously got a quarterback that's capable of scrambling a little bit. And every time I've tried to slide, it has not worked. Could be a me problem. Most likely is. They've got synchronized crowds. I will say I'm mostly tired of all the rain games. But it actually seems to fit the vibe tonight for some reason. It just feels right. Hopefully a win would feel right as we are kicking things off from the 25-yard line on offense. Frederick Lincoln at quarterback. Steve Chavis getting the start, and we're going to get pushed out already. We have an option way down the field, but Frederick Lincoln is so good of a runner that we're going to see if we can get him going as well. It's a gain of 19. He's only got 82 deep accuracy. But everything under that is fairly solid. Obviously, you're always concerned with a fumble when you're dealing with a quarterback, but He runs the ball well. And it's been a big part of our early success here as Steve Chavis cannot make the catch. Don't love that. 3rd and 3. Ball comes out quickly. Nice catch by Ben York. Just good spacing to be in the right spot there. I talked a lot about running the ball, and I guess we kind of have. But with our quarterback, we're going to get Steve Chavis a little bit of a look. Here's a cutback lane up the middle. And there goes Steve Chavis! The speed is too much for Auburn, and that's the craziest 25 I've seen. Didn't look like there was any room for anything like that. And Steve Chavis just got skinny, hit the hole, and made a nice play happen. He's got really, really, really good speed. And we'll give him the football back. It's another cutback and a gain of 5. He was the big piece we were able to retain in the offseason. He was looking to transfer out. He wanted to go play for a contender. That was his big motivation, championship contender. And I said, hey, go look, Google me. All I do is win national championships. It's the Gene Dangus effect. Bullet, touchdown, J.D. Volk. Let's go. What an opening drive here on the road. Nate, thanks for the prime sub. And our defense has given us the ball back. 3rd and 5. We're running this levels concept. And we're just taking that quick hitter every time. There's Teague. A lot of the time it's been York. But I think the main theme of the passing game over this first part of the season, Frederick Lincoln will get everybody involved. And there goes Clint Jefferson. And Jefferson, not known for his wheels, showed him off a little bit there. The big power back, Clint Jefferson, I believe in Earl Campbell's number 20. Did Earl Campbell wear 20 at Texas? I know him to be 34 in the NFL, but I want to say he was 20 at Texas. He indeed was. Continuing the legacy. Is that jersey number retired in real life? It may be. I know for sure 10, 12. I don't know. But that is a very nice start. Darren Perky, thanks so much for the 10 gifted. And we are up 21-0 here in the first half at Auburn. They are getting annihilated by this new look Texas team. Throw goes out to Tuttle. Only 67 yards passing for Frederick Lincoln up to this point, but can you complain? We've got 21 points. He's just doing what he should be doing. As we're going to throw a bullet down there, and it's nearly hauled in by York, but he can't bring it in. Darren, again, thank you so much for the 10. 3rd and 4. Looking to run. Getting a big block. And Lincoln, I forgot, doesn't really do a whole lot of the sliding. I really am trying. 35 seconds. Throwing to the running back. There's Tuttle again. Making an impact. Inside 30 seconds. J.D. Volk in motion. I wanted X there, but I guess I tapped Y along the way. That's a fine clock stoppage. 24 seconds, 3 timeouts. Maybe should have used a timeout already. But I don't know. We're moving the ball so well. I'm not really concerned with the clock too much. Nice corner route. We have 3 timeouts, 20 seconds. That's clearly a catch, and it's clearly out of bounds. J.D. Volk with good awareness of the boundary. Again, I think his ultimate home is tight end. But he's a really good athlete. He's done a great job of playing receiver through an early part of the year here. Here's a pitch outside. Clint Jefferson finds the end zone again. You know, you'd probably want Steve Chavis on a pitch just because of his speed. But Clint Jefferson proving that he's plenty fast enough. And that was the big concern was, is this guy just a short yardage back. I don't know that he is. I think he might be proving the doubters wrong. 28-0. Auburn can't do anything. We haven't even seen a defensive moment so far before right this moment. They can't move the football. Here's 4th and 2. And they are going to complete. Just got into a bad position there with the free safety. But it's another 4th down. Our defense is playing incredibly. And they'll need a 4th and 7. And that is off the head of the receiver. Not on the same page with the quarterback. And this one is about over. I mean, you can call it at this point. And that's what we've been doing all game. There's been your Darian. If I didn't thank you for the sub, I appreciate you. Thank you very much. Steve Chavis in the game. Ooh. Steve Chavis should not be in the game. He's got 11 for 120, but a severe risk of injury. Get Steve Chavis out of the game. He'll go with Gregory Tuttle, the freshman maybe. Taking over in that second spot. -5 speed, -5 change of direction. You know, Burfict's not really being covered here instantly. They're playing off coverage. They're begging to get beat here. Well, that's actually pretty good coverage. Doesn't matter, though. Burfict comes back and gets it. Touchdown. Too easy. And it's 35-0. Auburn scores in straight garbage time. But that is a beatdown here in Auburn, Alabama. I told you, the SEC, get ready to relearn Gene Dangus. No longer at Missouri. Doesn't seem to matter. These Auburn quarterbacks had very few incompletions, by the way. They played 2. 9 of 10 for 96. No turnovers. 9 of 13 for 92. Touchdown. They just kept trying to run the ball, and it was not working at all. To their sophomore running back, Everett Caraway, with Platinum Shifty. 17 for 37 with a fumble. They probably should have kept passing. What are they doing? Either way, Frederick Lincoln was about perfect. 20 of 26, 167, 2 touchdowns, no picks. He adds 48 on the ground. 2 touchdowns for Clint Jefferson on 6 for 52. Steve Chavis was unstoppable. 11 for 120 and a touchdown. And then receiving 5 for 51 and a score for J.D. Volk. Touchdown for Dante Burfict, of course, also in garbage time. 2 TFLs for Kevin Ostrovsky, who had a sack. No interceptions, obviously. Just completely stopping the run and forcing punts. Seems to be how he won this game, like, extremely comfortably. As we head to week 7. A big week with big visitors. Now, they're not actually going to be on campus, but the home team for the rivalry does get to have visitors. But it really kind of works for both teams because you get to see, you know, at a neutral site what Red River's all about. Mikey makes a good point in the chat. It is 8:29 p.m. and OU still sucks as we land a 4-star linebacker from Kentwood, Louisiana, Dom Pope. We are making linebacker a priority. We do lose at tight end. I'm not really too concerned about that. Denzel Rubin picks the Ducks. He can go duck himself. But this is a fun matchup. We are re-ranked at number 24. Oklahoma is 5-0 and the number 2 team in the country. It's actually a fitting ranking, Oklahoma, number 2, because they're so shit. Let's get ready to beat down. Going to get Darrell Hagans on a visit. It's expensive. It's 40 hours to do it, but it's a complimentary for everybody involved. Bob Shepard, the corner, Tobias Hajrullahu, and Robert Sun. Robert Sun, it only costs 10 hours. He's going to commit anyway, but it gets an extra complimentary for the other guys. So we are going to have visitors against Missouri State. But the time for recruiting is over. The time to go put it on the field is now. Texas, Oklahoma, whatever you want to call it. Red River rivalry, the Red River shootout, Red River showdown. I've heard a few different iterations, but either way, it's a top 5 rivalry in college football easily. Easily. This is one of the ones in college football. Why is the river red? Probably iron deposits. That Schooners tipped over before. Idiots. They need to have that animation in the game. But, here we go. Oklahoma. Texas. Let's start the game off right here at the Cotton Bowl. 80 degrees. Maybe a little warm, but beautiful day. Kind of nice after the rain, and we're going to look to step up here. Lincoln almost couldn't do it. But this is our modern-day Vince Young. He's going to have to be able to be amazing if we're going to have a chance to win it all this year. There's Chavis. Show me some blocks. Thought that we were going to get a little bit more there, but a gain of 17 is still nice for Steve. Here's 1st and 10. We're going to try to fit that in there. Volk just never jumped for the ball. I actually don't think the ball was very bad. J.D. Volk just never jumped for it. We're going to get on the move. Thought we had a chance to throw that, but we're just going to run. And Frederick Lincoln gets 9. Yeah, Steve Chavis has pretty incredible speed. And you're seeing it on full display. There goes Steve Chavis! Touchdown! This is why we needed him to stay so badly. Steve Chavis has electric speed. Kind of reminds me of those Florida backfields. Chris Rainey. Excuse me. Just have an actual, like, sprinter back there. Who was the other back? I'm having a brain fart right now. I don't know what we're doing at corner. Dexter Fenderson injured for Oklahoma. Chris Rainey. Who's the other, like, real speed back at Florida? No, screen. But the offensive lineman gets in the way. Jeff Demps. Yeah, Jeff Demps was an actual, like, Olympic-level sprinter. Jeff Demps. Can't believe I forgot his name for a second. I mean, Witt did all he could there to save a touchdown. It just wasn't going to happen. Touchdown, Oklahoma. We're going to be tied. Okay, this might be a legitimate shootout here. 3rd and 7. Chavis has Heisman joystick activated. We're going to step up. There goes Frederick Lincoln. It's a big part of his game. And we've run the ball pretty well with, quarterback and running back alike. We're going to throw it deep, though. And Lincoln cannot connect to Ben York. 43-yard field goal or convert a 4th and 6. I think we're going to bring the kicker out. Hopefully just guarantee these points. Good kick, 10-7. I feel like the throw wasn't particularly bad. Ben York couldn't find the ball. Okay. Oklahoma driving again. Into the red area. Shot to the end zone. The corner can't find the ball. Just lobbed it up and we just couldn't get into a position to make a play. Ben Presley kind of boxed him out, and that was just way too easy. Oklahoma takes the lead, and we take it right back. great drive. I mean, we scored in an instant. That was insanely quick. It wasn't Frederick Lincoln. It must have been Steve Chavis. He's got 9 for 106 and a touchdown. Although Clint Jefferson had the 28-yard touchdown. But it was Steve Chavis that ripped off a gain of 39. I mean, he's averaging, again, well over 10 per carry. But Clint Jefferson's first touch is a good one. Now we just need to play defense down here. And we talked about it a lot coming into the year. The weakness of this team, unfortunately, is the secondary right now. And down goes the quarterback. Kevin Ostrovsky got to him. Love to see that. We need that pass rush to get going if we're going to have a chance here. Good check down. We are all over it. We're actually going to call a timeout. Ivy's got nearly 200 yards passing in the first half. Here's 3rd and 14. We want some time to answer. That's what the timeout was for, and we sack him again. Ivy getting real used to being on the ground. Scribbs, thanks for the tier 1, 77 months. That is crazy. Kick up and through for Oklahoma. They will tie it, and we should get a 2-minute warning, or 2-minute timeout here, and that sets up a 2-minute drive. Let's see what we can show. We're going to get on the move. We had some options, but in the end, we're just going to run it. Probably should have just thrown that. We had a number of options downfield, but remember, Lincoln's deep throw accuracy is not incredible. And I guess we've already seen him miss deep in this game. Trying to back up, buy some time there. I want the deep ball so badly that just hasn't been an obvious spot here yet. Going back, shoulder, perfect, makes the catch. Maybe it's going to pay to be a little bit more aggressive because that wasn't exactly obviously open. But Perfect has done that now in back-to-back games. Had one against Auburn and now makes a big catch to extend our drive. 5 for 55 for Frederick Lincoln. Try to cap this off with a score. High point. Didn't need it in the end. Lincoln missed him. 5 for 11 to start. Lincoln's got mid-80s speed. Nothing spectacular. Got very good short throw accuracy, though. And finds the backup tight end, Doman, who launches the ball into the face of security, I suppose. Not even paying attention, just on his phone. And Oklahoma has tied it at 24. Oh, my God, dude. Defense, please. 3rd and 7. A lot of check down options. That was one of them, and it's a first. Ivy's got 300 yards passing, 3 touchdowns, and we're only midway through the 3rd quarter. All-time bad performance from the defense. Yep, that flat was wide open. Now, we've made some plays in this area of the field before. We just got to heat up the quarterback and force a mistake. We're going to try to do that this time around. Let's press. 1st and goal now for Oklahoma. That looked a little bit too easy. Okay, that's good though. Only a gain of 2. It's pretty good based on what we've been dealing with. We're gonna move Thrash up. It's a screen. You got to get off the block. Touchdown, Oklahoma. That's a really well-timed screen against the blitz. We didn't really have anybody there, and Oklahoma has made us pay, and they have the football back. 3rd and 6. Wide open on either a skinny post or a slant. Oklahoma has scored again, and it's 38-24. forced to keep the offense out there. No, we're going to be forced to keep the offense out there on 4th and 8. This is coaching carousel dynasty. It's how we ended up at Texas. On the move. We maybe had a touchdown. We're going to try to run for it, and we got it. I just worry about the deep accuracy of Lincoln right now. I don't feel comfortable making some of these deep throws, but Ben York is winning over the top somewhat consistently. And that is a sick throw to Antoine Jean-Pierre. We got to keep it up, though. I mean, these intermediate level throws are incredibly precise from Lincoln. Just the throws a little bit deeper, causing some problems. Steve Chavis, touchdown. Trevi, thanks for the tier 1. All right, I mean, this is a brawl here in Dallas. 4:46 to play. Let's see if our defense can get a stop. They're struggling to. I mean, they're really not able to stop Oklahoma. And I've seen this story before, unfortunately. Wow. RPO quick throw, a broken tackle. 5 touchdowns for Darren Ivey, 2 yards shy of 400. The decisions are so quick. The receivers are so open. We're going to call our first time out. We are in a really, really awful spot. I mean, we're going to have to play insanely aggressive at this point. We need a turnover. We're going for the football. We're not getting it. We're going to call another timeout. I don't know what that first tackle animation was, but man, that is a brutal miss. Oh, we ran commit. Oh, it's a screen. Okay, incompletion stops the clock. I hate to use these timeouts, but we need as much time on the clock as possible. And I'm tempted to run commit again. But it's another screen, and it's another incompletion to stop the clock. We're still going to need like an onside or something, but they will throw again. To the end zone, nearly intercepted by Diggs. And they're going to leave the offense out there? Why would they ever do this? Why would they ever not just take the points here to make it a 2-possession game? Touchdown, Oklahoma. Oh my God! Bonnie, thanks for the tier 1. Third and 8. We'll need an onside kick if we can even manage to score. A quick throw to Antoine Jean-Pierre. I love how with the moment, it doesn't let me do hurry up or anything, so it takes like an extra 30 seconds off the clock. We will need an onside kick, no matter what. All right, hey, I'll tell you what. Oklahoma has perfect can't catch the ball. How do you drop that? Oklahoma has definitely made this an interesting rivalry again. They actually won last year before Gene Dangus came to town. They got my blood boiling a little bit, I'm not going to lie to you. Nice catch, J.D. Volk. I mean, If we're lucky, if we're extremely lucky, we get the ball back with like 20 seconds. That would be absolute best case scenario. We can't even snap the ball. Underneath. There goes Ben York. It's a touchdown. Guess we'll play the analytics play here and go for 2, but it actually doesn't really matter at this point. Ball out. There's Teague. 2-point is good. We will need an onside. How lucky can we get here? Hopefully pretty lucky. Oklahoma recovers. We can only stop the clock once. They're in victory formation. This one is over. Oklahoma wins this iteration of Red River. Our defense will be significantly better next year. This is only the first year of Gene Dangus. Oklahoma's the #2 team in the country. I hope they would win this for their sake. This is their Super Bowl. This is their national championship. I don't know what happened, man. It just in Sim, it seemed like in the second half we just shut down. I mean, Steve Chavis was 15 for 128, 2 touchdowns. They couldn't stop him, yet we couldn't score. Touchdowns for Stephen Doman and Ben York. Ben York, only 1 catch today. That also is a problem. Defensively, these guys just weren't good enough. Defense was, I mean, absolutely garbage. I want to see the number. How many yards they have? 484 yards, but 403 of those were through the air. They had more than double our passing yards. Now, we ran the ball a lot better than they did, but... All right. It's a learning experience. We're going to grow from that loss. And, we're going to not be ranked again. We're going to be 5-2 with 2 conference losses. That's certainly going to hurt our chances of winning the SEC this year. Stephen Dalton, 4-star left tackle from Houston, commits after the loss anyway, as does the #1 player in the country. The recruits, the players are still with Gene Dangus, as they should be. This is a good turnaround. Texas won 3 games last year. We're already at 5. The #1 player in the nation, linebacker from San Antonio, here comes the sun, Robert Sun, is a Longhorn. Joining him will be the superstar freak athlete 4-star linebacker from Pacoima, California, Darrell Hagans. We have been locked out by Barry Wolf. We have some visitors this week. Clint Jefferson looking to transfer to playing time. Chavis looking to transfer due to championship contender only being a B+. We're about to throttle Missouri State, though. We're going to get back in the right position. You can see what Robert Sun looks like. 6'3", 230. 330 would be crazy. 86 speed, 88 acceleration, tackle, hit, power, pursuit, all pretty good. Gold blow up, coverage is pretty good. He's a great player. Is he the #1 player in the country? He's got the ranking. I don't know if he looks that good, but he looks very solid. So, Bob Shepard on campus this week, legendary Yankee PA announcer. And we've also got Robert Sun will be there to help convince Bob Shepard, and Tobias Hajralahu with Georgia and Nebraska, but Georgia especially closing in. Eric Fuentes did not get that big of a boost because we lost, but it was minus 0%. No, it was minus 4. So his visit actually didn't even matter. Well, that sucks. We got +1 for the visit for Caesar Chick. We got +2 for Samuel Cushenberry, who now is pretty much guaranteed to go to Ohio State. Our grades were just not good enough. D- coach stability, D+ playing style. Unfortunately, just wasn't going to happen. But we got a lot of hours back, and we'll worry about recruiting after we take on Missouri State. This is get the pain of losing to Alabama and Oklahoma out of your system, and get ready for hopefully a strong second half of the year. You know, we have so few home games in this stretch. You know, it's tough. I guess if you want to count, the Oklahoma game is not a home game, but we at least got visitors. Not that it helped very much, but damn. We have some tough games coming up. So we got to just not act like the season is over. This is year one. We're 5-2. Things could be worse. Things could be worse. We waited all day on that slant. Not exactly how you're supposed to throw those. Get Steve Chavis moving here. There's the patience, and Chavis is just so fast. I actually thought that could have been a touchdown. But for some reason we got, you know, close to the safety and he just kind of slowed down. It's just going to be a miss. It's just the deep accuracy is just not good enough. Under pressure, I get it a little bit. Like, I want to make some of these throws because I think there's enough space to get the throws off. Oh, York can't catch that one. But time and time again, Frederick Lincoln is proving he can't really hit the deep ball. We timed that up well, though. It's underthrown. Burfict was a touchdown. Good play by the defender. Obrick, thanks for the tier 1. We're going to have to settle for 3 here against Missouri State. No problem with the kick, though. But, man, not the start we were looking for. Just not exactly firing on all cylinders here. We're up 3-0. Missouri State's doing a little bit of driving here. This is the classic Texas slow start against a really weak opponent. Under pressure, though, is the quarterback. We can't bring him down. But is this even field goal range? It is, apparently, for Missouri State. 3rd and 4. We will keep it on the ground. And there goes Chavis. Easy first. 4 for 33. But the problem with these moments is you get a lot of 3rd downs. You know, it's tough to think about running the ball on 3rd and 7. That is a nice adjustment by J.D. Volk. Tried to bullet that in with Frederick Lincoln. We're going to throw that on the RPO. And Ben York cannot haul it in. Maybe Steve Chavis can get in the end zone for us. Not a ton of space. The injured Mo State player is Ciante Pepper. Bullet, touchdown, Antoine Jean-Pierre. A little bit worried about the linebacker there, considered a high point, but ended up just throwing the bullet. And, I mean, it was right where it needed to be. Absolute seed to Antoine Jean-Pierre. Who is Lincoln's backup? Not that it's of a concern, but it's the freshman quarterback Anthony DeMarco. Also have Brian Capers. But Frederick Lincoln is by far the best option and is very good. Is probably in the Heisman conversation. He's going to fumble. Missouri State recovers. Nothing got open there, as far as I could tell. It's 10-3. What is happening? Okay. What is their quarterback doing? The Ream with the recovery and the touchdown. Their quarterback just sprinted back about 20 yards. I feel like I've seen that before. Fumbles the ball. We recover. We score a touchdown. What was Lampman doing? Oh, did he even fumble? Yeah, we're going to say he did. It's 24-3. We have officially found it. Looking for the blowout win over Missouri State, and we are going to get it. provided they don't do anything miraculous here in the final minute or so. Here's a deep shot. I guess there's more than just 1 minute on the clock. Should have knocked that down. Should have knocked that down. Instead, Woollyhan gets the pick. We lose a ton of yards in the process. It doesn't matter. The game is over. 24-3 is what the final is going to be. Didn't play amazing today. 52% completion percentage for Frederick Lincoln. 174 yards, 2 touchdowns. Steve Chavis, 11 for 107. 5 for 44 for Clint Jefferson. We're gonna get a lot healthier though soon. J.D. Volk 4 for 70 and a score. 4 score like he's Abe Lincoln. No, only 4 catches, 1 score. 2 for 27 for Antoine Jean-Pierre. Had the touchdown. And just everybody catching the ball. I mean, that's the thing about Frederick Lincoln at quarterback. Gets the ball to absolutely everybody. Sack for Ostrovsky. Interceptions for Woollyhan and Ficken. That's what our secondary looks like. I'm starting to see the problem. Touchdown, of course, for the Ream. Missouri State falls to 1-5. And was it close? Their defense played well. I mean, to their credit. But they never could really move the ball at all. So they never really had a chance to win. I mean, I am a big Arrested Development fan. Tobias, be gay. That is one of the things. Contact Seeker. I mean, they're brother. What are we doing here? What type of contact are we talking about? What type of contact is this guy seeking? Oh boy. Mark Bavaro's kid. Interesting. All right, let's see how good Tobias actually is. He's actually, for a contact seeker, has some decent speed. That might be a decent find. What about Jacques Redmond? Appears to be a gem. Both contact seekers, but he's simply not as good. Like, Tobias Begay is actually, like, fairly good. The running backs we're adding in this class don't have a tremendous amount of speed. There are some decent players. I know we still need corner. I want somebody that can run a little bit better than the current cornerback options. Like, do I really want Seth Spain? Like, not especially so. I don't know. We added some 5 stars here. If no one's going to go after him, like, we're going to go after him. Like, adding the number 2 tackle in the class, probably not an awful idea. We probably don't have a very good chance for Tony Kennelly here. But maybe. Let's just gamble. Maybe we can get him in. If not, there's another 5-star receiver, Tavita Mengold. Might have a chance here. Might have a chance. So, I don't know. We know what we need. Levi Mentor's, like, quite good. Arkansas making a push for Devontae Jones. Not going to get any visits going right now. I'm comfortable with where everything is. And, you know, hopefully this ends up being one of the best classes in the nation. I don't know if I can guarantee that right now. We've recruited well, but maybe not to, like, an outstanding level. But I hope it ends up being, you know, at least in the top 10. That's the expectation here. You need good players to win, typically. We are trying to add them. Steve Benning, we're going to pronounce it, very close to committing. Don't think we need to change anything there. And we pulled out on some of these. I mean, losing to Oklahoma has hurt the recruiting class for sure, because maybe Fuentes and Chick would be guarantees in the class, to whereas now they are absolutely not. You know, that obviously has made things a bit tough, but maybe we force a recruiting battle here, get a visit. That one doesn't look very good. This one does not look very good. Yeah, I'm not going to say anything crazy yet, but we're just going to see what happens. But I'm pretty happy with the way the season's gone so far. It's been a good year one. Tobias Hajralahu, 4-star hybrid safety from Pinson, Alabama, joins the class. Joining him is Steve Benning, center from Suwanee, Georgia. We lose out on Wayne Wilbur and Samuel Cushenberry. We still were recruiting Wilbur, stupidly. We're 9th in the SEC. And now we're going on the road, Neyland Stadium, taking on the Vols. Number 23, Tennessee. This would be a big win, though. And would probably put us firmly in the top 25 conversation again. As, man, our grades here on Randy Montgomery are just not good enough. And I think it's because we added more receivers to our board. Like, playing time slightly improves there. Chikwara, I still am a little bit worried to go after. But, yeah, we're probably not going to get Kennelly. So hopefully that grade goes up again. Playing time is still a C. Like, I still think Chikwara could be good. I don't want to let the bust, you know, completely derail me. Okay, I don't know why he is not really being offered at all. We'll gamble again. If we're right, maybe we have a chance. If not, whatever. Probably a waste of points anyway, but whatever. We end up with only one of the centers who I could end up seeing playing defensive tackle. Texas Tech got a lot of points off the visit. We might enter a recruiting battle pretty soon for Victor Battles. If we do, I'll probably schedule a Week 11 visit against South Carolina, a game that I expect us to win. We're actually in a pretty good position for Fuentes. We've got to correctly sell Connor Jennings now. If there was another week where I should have been doing that and I didn't remember to check, that might end up being what does us in the end. Would want to get him probably a complimentary. I think Ohio State could get right in there. We got to schedule the Week 11 probably for Connor Jennings. So D-tackle. We could potentially bring in, I guess it's got to be Battles Week 11, which is fine. He'll get a complimentary either way, even if that doesn't end up going the way we want, which I think it probably will anyway. Vallejo, we're really going after a bunch of linebackers. We know we need corner, so just more bodies in the room is not really a particularly bad idea. Good visit for Bob Shepard, who saw a blowout victory over Missouri State. Like the progress we made there. Man. Caesar Chick's going to end up at Auburn, which sucks because he's a really, really good player. And it all comes down to losing the Oklahoma game. That was actually it. That was it. We'll worry about the rest of our hours here following the Tennessee game. But this is a tough matchup. Tennessee is going to be a very talented team. What we have working to our benefit is we're getting a little bit healthier. I thought Clifton Carden would be back this week. But it's 3 more. Okay. Taylor Rabin is injured. But we are getting healthier. Who did we just get back from injury? That was down. Our starting free safety, Timote Ficken, is back. So, that's nice. We've seen him somewhat recently, but got injured there for a little bit. I feel like somebody else was hurt. But, oh, it was George Biaka-Batuka. George Biaka-Batuka is back. Which is a really nice get back. He was playing a lot for us. He was really effective for us. And we've got to get him back in there. I mean, J.D. Volk's been such a good player, but I think when he was on the field, George Biaka-Batuka was just a little bit better. So we're going to throw him back there. Good to have him back from injury. Need to make sure everyone else is playing where they should. And we'll get ready to take on Tennessee. And Tennessee's a 90+2. We're going to throw them in the dark mode uniforms. And hopefully it's too dark and the quarterback just can't see his receivers. That's what we're going to hope for. Surely this is a night game, right? Maybe it isn't. Is it just afternoon? Seems like it is. Okay. Well, I guess this wouldn't be the night game. It's 6-2 Texas against, like, pretty good Tennessee. I don't know. This, I imagine, is going to be a pretty tough place to play. We're about to find out, though. Yeah, unranked Texas against number 23 Tennessee. We're 6-2, though. They're 4-2. I honestly feel like we get ranked with a win here today. Oh, that's wide open. Oh, that's not what I wanted. Instead, we get it to the freshman, George Biakabatuka. I hit the wrong button. It worked out. Welcome back from injury, George Biakabatuka. He breaks a tackle on the first play. And Chavis is stuffed. 4th and 4. It's a 46-yarder on the road, or we can leave the offense out there. Which is what we're going to look to do. Wide open. Antoine Jean-Pierre makes the catch. We need to get the ball to George Biakabatuka more. There he is. There is a flag. Is it ineligible man downfield? Illegal man downfield? It's a hold. I mean, that would have been weird. DeMarcus Turpin erases the touchdown. But I'll tell you, you can instantly feel the impact of George Biakabatuka back on the field. Flat, absolutely wide open. Antoine Jean-Pierre moves the chains. Frederick Lincoln has already been intercepted this game, by the way. Thrown for Biakabatuka. What a play! There are multiple injuries. Daniel Handy, Eric Valoaga. And it's a second interception for Frederick Lincoln. One of the most insane interceptions I've seen in this game. Still, neither team can break the 0-0 tie. Our big power back into the game. Clint Jefferson hoping to change that. This is a George Biakabatuka touchdown. It's not. They shed the block. And it's 3rd and goal now. Back of the end zone. Eric Valoaga's down again. Can we get him off the field, please? We're just going to try to take 3. It just sneaks in. This has been a nightmare game so far. The one thing I can say positive is that our defense is playing great. Very different than the Oklahoma game. Looks like we're back on track. We also might just be a great team on the road for some reason. Let's go offense. 3rd and 3. Hopefully Frederick Lincoln can settle back in after some of the mistakes. They're going to press on the outside. That could end up being bad news for him. We're going deep to Biakabatuka. It's underthrown and incomplete. It remains 3-0. We're into the 3rd quarter now. It's still 3-0. The wide splits are tough to defend. They're going to run the ball. It's read option. Quarterback fumbles it. It's recovered by Texas. I think, is that the Ream who jumped on it? Maybe not. It's Bean. Big turnover. And look at where we get to start on the field. Where's Arch Manning? This is 2030. Arch has not been here for a little while now. Julius Hicks forced the fumble. Big turnover. We need to score off of this. Only 3 points the entire game. Not typically going to be good enough to get it done. They're blitzing. We're going to find Biaka Batuka. First down. All right, this is where we need to run the football. Clint Jefferson just can't find the space. 6 for 15, and he's pretty banged up. Tuttle into the game. Where in the world is Steve Chavis? Torn rotator cuff. His season is over. Oh my God, dude. Abdominal tear for our starting center, Eric Valawaga. At least Clifton Carden is coming back fairly soon. But our running back room has been basically decimated, and that was a strength for us. Great throw. Touchdown, perfect. But these injuries have been tough so far. At least it's 10-0. 10-7 now. Into the fourth quarter. I think a touchdown here ultimately ices things. But it's a long way before we can get that. Or is it? George Biaka Batuka inside the 20. Sometimes it doesn't matter about speed, overall size, athleticism, whatever. Some of these players just play different. And George Biaka Batuka is a guy that just gets open, catches the ball, and breaks tackles. Buying time. Throwing to the end zone. Touchdown, Ben York. Yeah, wear and tear is really frustrating. 4th and 5. Tennessee trying to stay in it. They will need a first down. And they're going to find one. Kevin Ostrovsky is now injured, as if we can afford more injuries, and Tennessee has scored. We're going to simulate the onside kick. And we recover. Tennessee has all of their timeouts. So they can get the ball back if we don't get a first down. But what we need to do is run the ball every play. There's Tuttle. He gets us a good start. Freshman running back Greg Tuttle. Clint Jefferson. Big stiff arm. First down, Texas. Oh, big hit. But that's going to do it. Gabe says he'll gift 5 and sub with a Texas win. Get mom's credit card ready because this one's over. Unless we fumble. Oh, big power from Clint. Insult to injury. 17-14 final. It's a tough road win, but it's a win. It is a win. We got to be back in the top 25 now. Road victory against number 23 Tennessee. We're now a 7-win team, more than doubling the win total from a year ago. Texas went 0-8 in SEC play last year. And this year, you've already won a lot more than 0. Gabe, thanks so much for the 6 gifted. Or 5 gifted. 6. 5 and 6 total. Thank you. That's big. Chavis was having a good game before his season was ended. And he could still never play a snap for us again. He could transfer out. Clint Jefferson, kind of some garbage time. But really, I guess it was the passing offense that made the big difference today. And again, welcome back to the lineup, George Biaka Batuka. Dante Burfict with a touchdown. Ben York with a TD. And then defensively, a few TFLs in here. Our pressure is still not much. Ostrovsky's injured, hopefully not seriously. That was a big win to just secure the win. But it's bad news with 2 major injuries for this team. Major injuries. That's a nice commitment. 5-star edge from Chicago. Power rusher Victor Battles. Joining him is 4-star D-tackle Eric Fuentes from Miami. Speed rusher, very good. This means probably that Caesar Chick, the free safety that I really want, is not going to be a Longhorn, but maybe it does. 4-star receiver Devontae Jones, I like the look of a lot from New Orleans. Caesar Chick is still on the board. So, it's not necessarily over yet. He had a Week 9 visit to Auburn. Maybe it just didn't go all that well. It's neck and neck after the visit. I wish we could tell him that, hey, coach stability is going to be better. Oh, man, this is a battle. We're going to stay in it until the brutal end, though. He's just too much of a game changer. So we're going to see what we can do there. Levi Mentor, I think, is going to be a heck of a find. Wish he was a bit more athletic. Try to get in on Max Byler. But, man, to secure Eric Fuentes and Victor Battles, #1 athlete in the nation. He's got 82 speed, 80 finesse moves, 78 power moves, 88 strength and acceleration. I mean, what can't this guy do? Maybe he could play tight end. Maybe he could play defensive tackle even. Just could be a very special player for us. Seth Spain. You know what his hard sell is? Gym rat. Shocking. You know what? At corner, it's not bad to find a first guy in, last guy out type of player. So I'm really not awfully mad about that. Now, we did have a couple of visits scheduled for Week 11, but Battles has now committed. And Connor Jennings will be there. This could be a big visit. I'd like to get him a complimentary, but I don't know how that's going to be possible because we have a receiver, we have a corner, we have a guard. We can't schedule Rudy Crocker until maybe Week 13, where Gene Dangus will play Missouri for the first time. I guess we'll get Seth Spain a visit just because we can. And Randy Montgomery a visit just because we can. This will solidify the #1 receiver in the country as a Longhorn. That's just the end of it. We are up to number 20 in the nation. We've got some visitors for this bye week, but it's not going to change a whole ton. The current CFP bracket is obviously not going to have us in it. But I don't think it's impossible that we end up getting here. We've lost to Oklahoma and Alabama, who are at 1-4. Georgia's 7-1. I'm looking just at SEC right now. Ole Miss is 6-1. We beat Ole Miss. That was not beating nobody. South Carolina, number 14 Mizzou, number 15 LSU to end the year. Both home games. If we win out, this is a 10-2 season, which would be a great first year. You can't guarantee that because we have a couple of really tough matchups ahead of us. But first step of that, beat South Carolina. And this could be a college football playoff team. We add the 5-star from Tucson, Arizona, Randy Montgomery, #1 receiver in the nation, big-bodied receiver. Connor Jennings, right before the visit, has locked us out. We are up to number 17, though. South Carolina is 3-5. The current top 25. Georgia lost to number 21 Florida. That actually helps us out a lot. We kind of just need losses ahead of us. But we can beat LSU. Missouri lost to LSU by a lot. And that game gets a little bit less important now. Ahead of that game, we're going to check out the Mizzou roster and see how many familiar names we recognize. But South Carolina, they're not very good. So this needs to be a win. However, as you guys may remember, we are without some really big players. Clifton Carden really can't come back from injury soon enough. but it's a night game at DKR. Get your horns up. It's hard to fit in the frame. We've been on a tough road stretch. We came back briefly to play Missouri State. This needs to be a win. This needs to be a win. If we lose, our season's as good as over here. Let's go. South Carolina's a roadblock. This is our path into the top 15. Let's go. Pressure, can't get the ball off. Not the start we were looking for. And already, we're to Tuttle in the backfield. Greg Tuttle. Clint Jefferson off the field. Quick throw to the tight end. Perfect. Easy first. Yeah, Jake Smith. He was an Arizona receiver. He was like one of the top 10 receiver recruits in the nation. Little, like, white slot receiver. And had a couple moments and then just kept making mistakes. And then he was suddenly off the team at Texas. All right, nice. Okay. Let's just keep it up here on offense. We don't want to get, moving the wrong way. As we start moving the wrong way. That's a tough throw to hit to Dante Burfict. Probably not even worth attempting. Get it to George. And there's a Biak Batuka first down. It's tough because I want to run the ball, but now we don't really have the backs to do it. There's George Biak Batuka. Feed George. And we can pretty much make any throw on the field as long as it's within 20 yards or so. Once you get beyond that, it gets a little bit tougher. There's Antoine Jean-Pierre. Second and 3, working off play action. I actually don't really like this play call. They're going to blitz against it. I am stuck in the mud. It literally cannot move or even throw it away. Locked into an animation. Sick. 3rd and 13. Can't even get the ball away. Oh my God. We'll have to take 3, unfortunately. So frustrating. Kick will be good, though. It's 3-0. Yeah, unfortunately, Frederick Lincoln, for as good as he is, the deep ball is just not incredible. And our receivers are not the fastest. There are a couple that have got some pretty good speed. Good pressure that time to bring down the QB. But mostly, like, Antoine Jean-Pierre is sub-90 speed. And he's our second receiver. And we're getting blitzed off the edge. 3rd and inches. We're dialing up a shot play there. Obviously, offense stays on the field on 4th and inches. J.D. Volk has some decent speed, though. Got to be a catch. Ben York cannot make it! How much longer am I going to stay at Texas? This is year 1. I don't know. Let's just focus on the game, man. South Carolina. Please beat them. Where's the coverage? Huge play down to the 1-yard line. Nice play by Talbot to come in. Gamecocks lose a yard. You keep trying to shoot and make plays. Too much power. Just too much congestion. Couldn't find it. This has all the makings of another one of those games where I can't believe where we are when the 4th quarter rolls around. drop for a loss. 61-yarder or leave the offense out on the field. I think that's an easy call. Yeah, we lost to Oklahoma and Alabama. Oklahoma was number 2 at the time. Alabama was number 1. So our only 2 losses are to the top 2 teams in the country at the time. RB's wide open and the pressure is just there. We just need to settle in here. Not having a running game makes that a little bit more challenging. This sorry-ass defense. Another, like, shockingly big play for South Carolina. 3rd and 6. It's just, they're running quick hitches and we're not defending it well enough. They get a field goal. We have a minute on the clock. This is where we just start making some plays. Going down the field. Ben York, wide open, makes the catch. Ben York, touchdown, outruns Guardado. That's what we needed. Something to get us back in the game. 10-10. Sometimes you just got to trust your players to make plays. Ben York has the speed to win vertically. We've got to let him do it sometimes. Here's 3rd and 3. It's just these moments, you have a lot of third downs. Bianca Batuka doesn't catch it. It goes off his face mask, and it's intercepted off the tip. Nothing can go right for us today, it would appear. Bianca Batuka never really even put his hands up to catch it. He got contacted at the catch point and just kind of got bullied out of there. 3rd and 6. Fumble! Please recover it. South Carolina's on it. Bickley laid the hit. South Carolina with 3. And we'll have 3.5 minutes here to try and take the lead. 2nd and 10 run. There is just nowhere to go. Oh my God, we cannot run the ball. I know that's a bold time to run the ball, but we've run the ball well all year. Maybe that's partly due to the running backs that we've had. And they switch at the top. Lincoln's hurt. He's been getting beat up all game. It'll be a 51-yarder to tie. We don't miss these. It's off the post. How is the arrow not accurate? There's literally no way I was left there. There's no way. Oh boy, this is the game of nothing can go right. There's no way I was left. There's no way. Play action ends up being kind of a running back screen. We're going to call, I was going to say we're going to call a timeout off that. They're going hurry up with the lead in the 4th quarter. I wonder if they let it tick all the way down, though, because that would be extremely annoying. And now it's like, I'm not going to call the timeout. Good Lord. All right, 2nd and 11. They'll snap it sometime in the next 15 seconds, maybe. Maybe we'll pinch the defensive line a little bit. Try to shoot through the A-gap with Witt. Let's creep up here. Pass complete. We're going to call a timeout on the 3rd and 5. Try to keep some time on the clock. We're going to bring Shelley up slightly. We're actually caught off here. They have the crosser, but we have the pressure. And we're going to keep 2 timeouts. This is going to bring us to the 2-minute timeout. We will get the ball back. It's a 2-minute drive to win the game. Field goal to tie, touchdown to win. Our defense has played well. As I said it earlier, But second quarter, I'm like, this is going to be one of those games where we look up in the fourth quarter and we can't believe where the game is. I can't believe it's 13-10 in favor of South Carolina. 1:49 to go. Touchdown to win it. Here's Ben York. Please give us a block. I want to get to the outside there. Like, I can't even make quick conservative throws here because it'll probably just bounce off the face of a receiver again. Quick throw outside. That apparently is not caught. It's a quick out. Ball comes out, I mean, pretty much right on time. How is this not in? That's possession. That's 1 foot. How is this not a catch? How is that possibly not a catch? Hey, give me a challenge on that. What are we doing here? And this is a big play. I don't want to deal with a 3rd and 5 that turns into 4th and 5 and we don't get it. This is a first. I need this to get overturned. Horrendous call on the field. It is 1st and 10. Delusion. Yeah, how delusional was I? I'm right. Minute and a half to go. Throw over the middle goes to Antoine Jean-Pierre. That's a first down. It's going to take some time off the clock. Really good drive. Honestly, we haven't really showed off a lot of the quarterback run game, but that could happen too. Burfict makes the catch. Inside a minute. Another quick throw. There's Ben York. Yeah, right. There's an injury to D'Angelo Thomas. That's a fake injury. Out to the running back. Gregory Tuttle can't make the catch. This is a bad play call because if we got to get like a drag out on the field. Back across, out of reach, and there's another injury. We don't want to score too quickly, but we do want to score. This is a huge 3rd and 10. I mean, just a huge 3rd and 10. Let's get Biaka Batuka closer to the line to gain. We honestly might even look for York here. That's going to be a false start. That's not the worst thing. I can't imagine I would miss another kick. Third and 15. Just can't turn over the ball. There's the tight end. Perfect! Right up the seam. Touchdown. We take the lead. It'll be 17-13. They just didn't cover the tight end. I'll tell you what, Dante Burfict's made plays like this all season. It's been a machine. I'm telling you, the kick and the arrow are not aligned. It's bizarre. 33 seconds to go. This game is far from over. Need to play defense for 33 seconds. And my defensive backs have an unbelievable tendency historically in Dynasty. Is they're going to run the ball. They have an unbelievable tendency to get mossed. So, we need to not allow that. Pressure! Down goes the quarterback! That could be a sack that ends this game. Gives us an 8th win. Dropping. They found one-on-one. Get it down, and it's knocked away. Here's what we're going to do. Coach adjustments. Let's spread the safeties. Get them deep. Make tackles. Nothing over the top. Here we go. It's going to be a shot into double coverage. And it's knocked away. Game over. We win a close one. We win a close one. 6 seconds to play. George Biakapatuka touchdown. There are visitors in attendance. Where was this the entire game? Now we win comfortably. 24-13. Yes. An easy, comfortable win. There was never a doubt. Never even a concern that we would lose this game. 0-0s on the clock. Give us our respect. We just manhandled 3 and now 6 South Carolina. That's the way a real team gets it done. Frederick Lincoln threw 2 picks. We did not run the ball well at all. I mean, I guess Clint Jefferson did, but why is Greg Tuttle getting so many carries? Probably our 3rd down back. Touchdowns for Biakapatuka. Ben York goes over 100. Touchdown for Dante Perfect. And defensively, 2.5 sacks for Stelz and 5 TFLs. Welcome to the season. His best game by a mile. Antoine Jamerson, 2 sacks. His best game by a mile. You're 8-2. 5-star cornerback Bob Shepard is a Texas Longhorn. You know, not a lot of Bobs in sports anymore. You get some Bobbies. You get some Roberts, some Robs, some Robbies. Don't really get a lot of straight Bobs. Bob Shepard, number 2. I think he's got to wear number 2. Derek Jeter reference. I think he needs to. Caesar Chick picks Auburn. Oh, that's a big loss. It was the Oklahoma game. That was it. That killed us. Week 12 is a bye week. We should be getting a lot more hours back, though. 120. And I'm not really that interested in adding too many more players to our recruiting board. I think we're just going to focus on what we have. There's a lot of talent here. And we don't want to sign too big of a class. Because we want to be able to sign some guys in the transfer portal as well. So I'm pretty comfortable with where we are. Are we focusing on Chikwara here? We could get a visit. Say it's probably that. I still think he's going to be worth going after. Top 10 player in the nation. He may be a bust. Whatever. Wait, is Mizzou also going after Tyler Vallejo? They are. Well, he's going to get a front row seat to that game. And we'll just see what happens, I guess. Mizzou is the same tier opponent. Of course, if you were unfamiliar with the lore, head coach, yours truly, Gene Dengus, was formerly at Mizzou. Ended up taking the job at Texas after a lot of success. And this right here will be the first time that we play our old team. We had 5-star Tevin Stokes. He's a north-south receiver. Not tremendous speed, but maybe that's something that can be developed over his time here. Seth Spain, real gym rat. First guy in, last guy out. Cornerback from Texas. Things are looking good, but if we want to continue this season, we've got to win. Mizzou's number 19. Texas number 14. We're not guaranteed to be a college football playoff team if we win out, but it would look fairly good because LSU is now a top 10 team and on the schedule. Alabama's dropped to 8-2. Georgia's 8-2. Oklahoma's 9-1. Ole Miss is 9-1, and that's a win for us. We have a win over the number 2 team in the country. Our resume, if that even mattered in this game, is actually very good. So, just win out, and we're going to be in good standing. The current bowl projections have us playing Colorado State in the Las Vegas Bowl, presented by SRS Distribution. What? That's not right. That's not right. Still absolutely gutted with Steve Chavis. Elite Dev, true sophomore back. Torn rotator cuff. I mean, his athleticism's so crazy. Like, he has the potential to have an all-time great season. And we were having it this year. And unfortunately, it's just over. I mean, the numbers were crazy. Averaging close to 7 yards per carry, 9 touchdowns. Now, the silver lining here, Taylor Rabin also going to be hurt for a little while longer. The silver lining is that we're actually getting a comparably talented running back. Clifton Carden has missed a lot of our last games. He also is a very, very good athlete. They are very comparable players. And hopefully he's going to pick up right where Steve Chavis left off and lead us to a dominant victory here over the former team of Gene Dangus. Let's see how familiar this team looks. At quarterback, Jamison Henderson is still at Mizzou. He was a 5-star quarterback that we recruited, and he is a 98 overall. The accuracy is incredible. The arm's very good. The elusiveness is absolutely unbelievable. He's fast. He's not going to miss a snap. Wow. That is crazy. At running back, Deshaun Chubb is their guy. Don't remember recruiting too many of these running backs. Earl Ingram at receiver. Not the fastest. I feel like I remember John Uwazurike. Tony D'Imperio. I think we let him go from Texas, and he's found his way to Mizzou in the portal. Craig Benedict at tight end. The offensive line, I do remember Soma Jewell, Kevin Baca. The offensive line's not amazing, though. Enrique Alexander's up to a 94. Sidney Irving's very good. The one thing I did well of many at Mizzou was recruit defensive line. There's still quite some good defensive linemen here, but it's not crazy. Linebacker's not amazing, but Cassius Armour's still there, and he looks absurd with 95 speed, 94 acceleration. Okay. Dominic Bloom. I mean, cornerback is weak. Safety's not that strong either. They have Lewis Randall. A lot of the best players that we brought to Mizzou have decided to go pro. There are still some players that, we, of course, coached, but the roster has changed quite a bit. It's still a talented team. Just obviously, when a Hall of Fame head coach like Gene Dangus up and leaves, there's going to be a drop-off. Welcome to the Dangus Bowl. It actually seems weird seeing these Mizzou uniforms and not being Mizzou. I got so used to the M-I-Z, Z-O-U on the first downs. But we need to not hear any of those today. Overpower their band and fans. 3rd and 5. Give George Biakabatuka a shot. We just don't have the time. Oh, it's a clear touchdown. We'll leave the offense out there. We got to abuse their corners. That's how we win today. Their corners suck. Why is Tuttle on the field? Might have to get Clifton Carden back out there. Okay, that's why Tuttle's on the field. Big power from Tuttle. Brings us down to the 2-yard line. and then Clint Jefferson to power it in. That would have been nice. Didn't happen. 2nd and goal. Doman, touchdown. Good drive. Really no mistakes on that drive either. The only thing, of course, was that it would have been nice to have the time, as Clifton Carden is not injured again. Low back strain. He's going to miss a couple of quarters. This team can just not stay healthy. Third and 7. Throwing a double coverage, basically. Was hoping Biaka Batuka would create some separation. It didn't happen. 51-yarder. He's got to not trust the arrow as much. That kick is good. 10-0 Texas. I feel like this one's just going to be comfortable. I don't think Mizzou's going to be able to score very much. Oh, Biaka Batuka's wide open. Right to him. Touchdown. Been trying to connect with him on a long score for a while now, ever since he came back from injury. And George Biaka Batuka hits the Heisman. 17-0. 1:12 to play here in the first half. Mizzou is finally on the board. And Clint Jefferson will make the catch. I'd like to score as the clock hits triple zeros, basically, so got to be mindful of that. There goes Gregory Tuttle. He's only a true freshman that I really did not want to see the field very much. But with all the injuries, he's been forced into action. He's done a fairly good job, actually. Might use a timeout here pretty soon. We're going to be on the move. We're going to take off. Frederick Lincoln breaks a tackle. Jukes to evade one. Jukes to evade more. And Frederick Lincoln brings us down to the 31-yard line. Very nice gain. 26 seconds. Lob to the end zone. It's going to be picked. I don't know how you can't switch onto the receiver and get in front of the ball. Should have just thrown it away, tried to make a play. Just trying to make a play. And now Mizzou scored off the back of it. It's 17-14. And suddenly this is not so comfortable. God dang. Wide open. Get it out. First down for Jean-Pierre. I mean, that's a tough interception. It's at the end of the half, though. I guess we maybe erase 3. Throwing on the run. Over their heads. I feel like that's a catchable ball. We'll make it a 6-point game. Yeah, I think what he's saying, Deval, is like everyone loves to say X was open, Y was open at whatever. It's just like the most pointless comment ever, you know? It doesn't help anything other than making it look like, look how good I am. I noticed X was open as I'm watching. Like, it's not really for anybody other than you. Like, it's just like the most pointless comment ever. That's what I think he's saying in the chat. If you'll allow me to translate. Maybe I'm wrong there. Correct me if I'm wrong. We played too shallow on it. Let's just not allow a touchdown here. Would be great. We're going to bring the slot. Touchdown. Okay, well, sometimes it just feels like you're moving in quicksand and have absolutely no control. Mizzou's taking a 21-20 lead. We only need 3 to win. I don't really care if we win by 3 or 50 at this point. 50 seems less likely. We just need to win. And as always, I just need slightly more time to throw where I want to throw. And this is a frustrating 3rd and 6. Clifton Carden, by the way, is finally in the game. We're going to get him the football. He makes the catch and goes down. I have been waiting for Clifton Carden for nearly the entire season. Finally, he's on the field. Can we get another play before the 2-minute warning? We might be able to. Nah, we're not. Okay. Yeah, we're just not protecting that well. But also, we've had some injuries across the O-line. Those guys are playing banged up. I mean, where do you go with the ball here? Apparently there. Awesome diving catch by Dante Burfict. Great throw, I guess. Really didn't seem to be a whole lot. Big 3rd and 3. Sacked. Oh, it's such a bad sack to take. We can't call a timeout because we need it if we don't get this, which it's going to be tough to convert. 4th and 11. He got bumped. You got to make the catch. J.D. Volk makes the catch. Big star tackle Freddie Timms is down. Clifton Carden just does not have the juice right now. Mizzou's actually calling timeouts. We need a first down. There's Clifton Carden. Set up the spin move. There it is. Clifton Carden juking back in. Mizzou's going to have to call their penultimate timeout. And we just want to line it up and kick the game-winning field goal. Mizzou has called their final timeout. Chew clock is on. Just give yourself up. That's all we need to do. Desperately do not want to fumble. We have all of our timeouts. We're just going to call one here, I think. 30 seconds to go. Sometimes, listen, a win is a win. Every team's going to battle. It's the SEC. It's a Gene Dangus Mizzou. Like, it's a pretty good Mizzou team. Don't fumble, please. They battled. They fought. They got in a great position to win it. But they're not going to win it. Kick is up and good. 23-21. Get your horns up. Sometimes you got to battle and win. And that's what we did. 23-21. It was ugly. But it's 9-2 instead of 8-3. What's uglier? A close win or a loss? It's the loss, I would say. Clifton Carden came back, didn't really run the ball that well. The Mizzou defensive line was pretty good. Biaka Patuka, of course, with a 34-yard score, or one of two passing touchdowns. Doman actually caught the other. And then defensively, this defense is not producing nearly enough. We're not really seeing any sacks, any interceptions. We need this defense to play better. Like, they forced some 3-and-outs, no question. That's cool. At some point, we got to put pressure on the quarterback and force mistakes. This is a nice 3-star ad. Levi Mentor, corner from Milwaukee. He's a gem. Tobias be gay, and he be on the team now. 4-star running back. I think kind of a nice find. Found him late in the process, and he, I guess, dreamed of being a Longhorn. Oh, God. He would like Longhorns. Shit. Tobias. LSU, Texas. 2 9-2 teams. LSU's number 6 in the country. We have home field advantage, and I'll tell you what, this is actually quite reminiscent of a matchup in real life. The Joe Burrow LSU Tigers came to Texas, and Texas really should have beat them. Texas, I'll never forget it. They allowed a 3rd and 17. I think to Justin Jefferson to move the chains, and Texas ultimately ends up losing the game, really because of the one play, in my opinion. But that was kind of the moment where it looked like Texas was going to be good again. And I think you've seen this team all year battle through injuries. We're 9-2. LSU has been really, really high. They beat Georgia last week. They've been an awesome team. They're number 6 in the country. A win here guarantees us a college football playoff berth, surely, right? Sacked. And they took away everything. Second and 16. Where do you go with the ball? Biaka Batuka makes the catch, but their coverage has been unreal so far, I feel like. And they've got stars in their secondary. Not super shocking. And it's an overthrow. There is an open receiver there. Went for the bullet, and Frederick Lincoln just missed him. LSU only with 3, though, and a touchdown for Texas. Makes it 7-3. Levi, thank you for the tier 1. We're blitzing. Oh, they had an open option. Bickley playing underneath it, and the linebacker gets hands on it, knocks it away, but can't come away with the interception. LSU gets 3. All right, 2-minute offense. God, it feels like their secondary's been crazy. We can probably look to throw the ball again. Great route, great timing, first down. That's exactly how that should look. Great comeback route to Antoine Jean-Pierre. There's Carden. He's already banged up, man. He's got 10 rushes for 82 yards, to be fair. And Tuttle's into the game. We want to make some changes. There's a back I probably want to feature more than Tuttle, to be honest. And his name is Zach Bolin. He's a freshman. And I think he could end up being a really nice player for us. That's going to have to be the guy. So the depth chart changes a little bit right now. We're just going to deal. We obviously know we want George Biaka Batuka to play. And Tuttle gets us a couple. Daniel Handy at tackle is injured. Yeah, auto sub's not the issue necessarily. It was just changing the depth chart. Here's 3rd and 2. Gonna try a screen. And Bolin cannot make a miss. LSU calls a timeout. We're gonna leave the offense out there. That timeout's gonna help us. It just helped us get our 4th down play. Now, if we don't get this, we pretty much guarantee LSU points. So maybe this isn't the best call to go for it, but we're gonna go for it. There's the running back, and it's with the drags. They got in the way of the throw, and it's incomplete. Gosh. Ooh, great defense, though. Are you kidding me? Nice play. And we have a position to score here. We're not even going to be able to get a snap off, though. Sick. I love the moment where the clock is ticking, and with the play clock acceleration, we have no chance to call a play. It is, though, and I haven't even seen the score in the chat. 6-7. Clifton Carden has had a good half. We need to play a little bit better here in half number 2. Defense has been great. It's been a very defensive matchup. 4th and 1. Tigers stay on the field. Halfback direct snap. He doesn't have it. Rathman's blown up. 3rd and 10, though. It's a tough spot for us. Just lobbing it up. If it's a pick, it's an arm punt, or it's nearly caught by York. We went for a lot there and couldn't get it. At this point, I mean, can LSU even score? Just turn on shoe clock, and a field goal might guarantee us a win. There goes Clint Jefferson. There goes Bolin for 4. I just think he's going to be a better player for us than Tuttle. So, sometimes you just got to make that change. Even if it's late in the year, you got to play your best players. There's the pitch to Jefferson. There's just not really anywhere to go. And I'll tell you, I never really get a pitch animation that I actually like. It's never seamless. 3rd and 8. Throwing it outside for Biaka Batuka. He got a hand on it, but can't make the catch. Their coverage has been just fantastic. There probably are things that I'm missing, but they've been all over our receivers, it feels like. And now LSU, for the first time all game, is really driving. Can we hold them to 3 here? Would they take 3? They might. We're blitzing. Ball is out quickly. Big tackle in space by Caraway. Big tackle. Yeah, we got to play bend but don't break defense. They could run it. Kind of a heavy package here. And that is not possible. How is that possibly fit in? No way. It's going to be a run. Read option. Quarterback blown up. Ball's on the ground. It's recovered by Texas. Bend but don't break, baby. Huge hit on the goal line. Ball got coughed up, but it's on the 1. Timote Ficken was the one who recovered. Do not get safetied here. $99 yards away from the ultimate goal. We're going to get closer here. Jefferson gets us out of our own end zone. Just got to take time off the clock. A first down would be absolutely critical. Necessary. We need to move the chains here. Jefferson got it. LSU calls a timeout. 3rd and 10. LSU, no more timeouts. A first down here pretty much ends the game. But this is a tough down and distance, and we're on our own 12. We're going to throw outside. The coverage is amazing, and it's picked. Their secondary is unreal. Was looking towards the middle of the field and then decided that the outside was our best bet. Their coverage has just been unbelievable today. Afa Ika with the pick. I want to see if I missed anything there, if it'll let me actually check replay. I was reading the middle at first. But then you see the 3-tech spin and beat the left guard. The ball's got to be out. This doesn't look like the worst idea. That's when we throw it, and it had to be out. I mean, we are locked down, dude. I mean, what do you do? Make a stop. Touchdown. Could win LSU the game. Would definitely give them the lead. 4 down territory. That'll take us to the 2-minute timeout. We've been down here before. Our defense has made the required plays. Pressure! Ball's loose! It's recovered by Texas! Hook 'em horns! The quarterbacks put the ball on the ground again. Oh my goodness, this defense. What a defensive battle this was. What a game. Antoine Jamerson forced it out. And that's going to be enough to do it. One final kneel down. Triple zeros on the clock. And we have managed to defeat number 6 LSU. Clifton Carden is your player of the game at a touchdown. Over 8 yards to carry. LSU drops to 9-3. We finish our season winning out. Lincoln did not play well. I had just a tough time doing anything today. But our defense rallied, made plays, made stops. In the big forced fumbles, Ficken and Jamerson forced the fumbles. Ostrovsky and Willie Hand recover. What a way to end the season. We're going to be ranked in the top 10. Should be getting some more commitments. Here we are. 3-star guard D'Angelo Ty. Looks like Chikwara is going to end up at Bama. May not end up being the worst thing. We are the number 7 team in the nation. The Gene Dangus era is actually off to a tremendous start. Now, we've lost to both Oklahoma and Alabama. We beat Ole Miss. I'd imagine the SEC championship is Oklahoma and Alabama. 6-2 teams in the conference, and then Oklahoma, of course, at the top. So we should not be in the SEC championship game, but it's a great first year here at Texas. I think you can say Texas is unequivocally back after a 3-win year. We are back to winning ways. I mean, it is hard to go out. Some of these grades are not good. To go out and win 10 games. And we've done that. We lost to the 2 top teams in the conference. Overall, great season. We have managed to clinch a college football playoff berth. You surely think, being the number 17 team. Another commitment is the 4-star linebacker Tyler Vallejo from El Paso. Byler picks Ohio State. Chikwara is going to Bama. Didn't really need him at the end of the day. Conference championships. Let's see if either of these guys are actually worth retaining. Scheme Guru with regular recruiter. Yeah, we're going to be firing our defensive coordinator and also our offensive coordinator. And we'll be looking to hire our own guys. Yeah, it's tough after a 10-win season, but this is a Gene Dangus-led team. The expectations are crazy high. The defense was not good enough at times, and the offense was not good enough at times. So, tough calls needed to be made. They've been made. OC and DC are fired. Or we've mutually agreed to part ways. Still the number 17. Or number 17. USF wide receiver Josh Bachman. Bachman is your Heisman winner. He had 25 touchdowns. That's what you can't see behind my name. Or my face cam. 25 touchdowns. 94 catches, almost 1,800 yards. And we'll be playing Miami in the college football playoff. We are the higher seeded team. So, Miami's coming to Austin. I will take that. We do need to hire coordinators. And we've got some options. Clay Helton, Jeff Traylor, Shane McShane. Who is Shane McShane? He's an architect. I like architect. His prestige isn't high. I'd love to get an elite recruiter into the mix. We'll see what we can do. We've made some pretty big offers. Pete Golding to be our DC. Jeff Traylor to be our offensive coordinator. That would be nice. We'll see if those guys end up joining the staff. Unfortunately, couldn't find an elite recruiter. That's just sometimes the way that goes. But again, what a season. Early national signing day is here. We obviously didn't bring in a quarterback, but these are the dev traits. Tevin Stokes with normal. The 5-star linebacker, or running back, ends up being a little bit disappointing. Tobias Begay, also normal. A little bit disappointing at running back. At wide receiver, star dev for Randy Montgomery. 6'2" receiver from Tucson. Chukwara, impact. Heads to Alabama. And Devontae Jones, normal. Wow. It's a lot of normal dev to start. At offensive tackles, Stephen Dalton has star. Don't know about Berryman and Shakir Brown just yet. Although, if we can just not have you commit to Ohio State or Notre Dame, get a visit, maybe we've got a chance. It doesn't look good. At guard, D'Angelo Ty, star dev for the 3-star. Very nice. At center, Steve Benning has impact. Off the edge, star dev for Victor Battles. Eric Fuentes with impact. Robert Sun, the #1 player in the country with impact. Alec Hodge, elite dev. Impact for Darrell Hagans, impact for Dom Pope, and star for Tyler Vallejo. Really good linebacker class. We brought in 5. Star dev for Bob Shepard. We needed it at corner so badly. Star dev for Seth Spain. Looks like a safety. Star dev for Levi Mentor. Lose out on Max Byler, who has normal, good riddance. We'll bring in a corner in the portal. Caesar Chick was a big loss, has star. Impact for Tobias Hajralahu. And no other safeties. Not the best recruiting class of all time, but not awful. Here we go. College football playoff. Miami and Texas. Home field advantage, though. All it took was 1 year. It is Texas. We did well in the portal. We had some talent on the roster that we've developed. This is the Gene Dangus experience. You knew this was not going to be another 3-win season. You knew this team was capable of making some type of a run. Didn't know if we'd get to the college football playoff or not, but here we are against top 10, 11-2 Miami. We're going to start with a pass. There's Antoine Jean-Pierre. You know, we were at our best earlier in the season when we had time in the pocket and we were just taking what was there. Although at times that's been tough. There's Antoine Jean-Pierre again. We obviously like to run the ball as well, but I'm worried about the health of these running backs. There goes Frederick Lincoln for 18. Had some opportunities to throw the ball, but a lot of time those, throws on the run result in really bad plays for us. Second and 3. Quick throw. There is Burfict. Going to be real close to the first. They're not going to give it to him. So it's 3rd and inches. I really hate 3rd and inches. I hate 3rd and inches a lot. They're pressing all over the field. They've got star defensive backs all over the field. And that is a great route by Antoine Jean-Pierre. He just goes down. And he's been the entire offense to start. Every throw is going to Antoine Jean-Pierre. Except for that one. George Biaka-Batuka makes the catch. We got some names at receiver. We have George Biaka-Batuka, Antoine Jean-Pierre, and then Ben York. Quick throw to the flat. It's Jean-Pierre again. It's been an up and down year for Frederick Lincoln. I'm curious to see if he's going to declare as a redshirt freshman. Obviously, there's some more development to be done there, so I hope that we have him back. And it'd be a big loss at quarterback. But we'll see. The allure of the NFL draft might just be too much. Biaka-Batuka makes the catch. Hurdles, touchdown! I'm telling you, he's special. I'm telling you. He just does things that you don't expect from a 78 overall receiver. He catches the ball in traffic, breaks the tackle, and then just launches his body into the end zone. Miami's driving now, though. Carruthers at quarterback. Up the middle. Mochekwa. Bounced. 4th and 2. Miami to try a long kick here. Tough environment to kick in. It is up, and it is good. Miami on the board. Okay. Offense has been cooking through 1. That is the end of 1. Only 2 possessions. Kind of an interesting first quarter. What is Biaka Batuka's archetype? I think it's a good one. It may be elusive route runner. But one of those like route runner types is bad, so I'm not sure. There's Biaka Batuka. He's got decent enough speed. He's got the first. We're getting the ball to everybody today. Another 3rd down, though. Antoine Jean-Pierre will make the catch, set up 4th and 1. We will leave the offense on the field. And we will not play out of the I form. We're going to play out of the I form. We don't really have a choice. Unless we want to burn a timeout, which I actually do. That just isn't... It's just not the right call for us. I want to spread out this defensive line a little bit. Look at all the stars they have on defense, man. This team is crazy. Here's 4th and 1. Biaka Batuka wide open. They don't really seem to feel like covering him, thankfully. This LSU defense was way better than the current Miami defense we're facing. And they've got way more stars all over the place. LSU was like trying to solve the Da Vinci Code. Simply had no clue. Bullet. Jean-Pierre, broken tackle. Hurdles! He's going to score! Touchdown, Antoine Jean-Pierre. Let's go. All right, if elusive route runner's the bad archetype, that's not what Biaka Batuka has. He's the one that upgrades well, but doesn't get takeoff. Here's 3rd and 10. Let's go to Biaka Batuka. Can we get a flag or something? Throw wasn't close, but our defense gives us the football back. 49 seconds, 1 timeout. Let's just get 3 here. Jean-Pierre cannot catch it. Maybe a screen. Ben York really does not get the football very much. But he's a guy that can make some things happen. Just we're often not looking to his side of the field unless we're trying to get a big play. 3rd and 3, 30 seconds to go. Perfect wide open. The thing is, Ben York is a better athlete than he is a receiver. What do I mean by that? Run fast. He can catch. He just doesn't have the intricacies of route running completely down. 2nd and 10, 19 seconds to play. That's wide open. We're going to go to Antoine Jean-Pierre. Trying to save that final timeout. Jean-Pierre has 8 catches for 91 yards here in the first half. Bullet overthrows Biaka Batuka. We had some options in there. We need the accurate throw on the bullet. And we've got a chance. Coming away with 3 is not the worst here. Biaka Batuka makes the catch. We're going to call a timeout. What do we want to do here? It's 4 yards away to make it a 2-possession game. The cat is telling me to take the 3. It's just, the 2-possession game is something that I value a lot. Yeah, you're right. We should take the 3. We should take the 3. I got to listen to the analytics sometimes. Delay a game. We're back to the 9. And we'll take the 3. Stays a 1-possession game. A little bit easier to kick 5 yards back. And that's all we can hope for here. Sometimes the cat makes the right call in the moment. 3rd and 1 into the 3rd quarter. Got the football. And that's why taking the 3 was probably the right call. There's Carden. Got to block. There goes Carden. Clifton Carden brings us inside the 20. Really nice run. We're trying to keep him healthy, so we're trying to limit his touches, but he's obviously a big-time playmaker when he can get the football in his hands. I'm worried about this. Let's zoom out. Let's get a little bit of an aerial look here. There is a flag. Offside, probably. That's going to be the call. I will say I hate the RPO bubble screen because I feel like if the bubble is actually covered, the run never works for me. Get that block on the outside. Look at the speed off the edge, but it doesn't matter. Carden just a bit faster. Touchdown, Clifton Carden. 24-17. 4th quarter, 3rd and 4. Touchdown here would be huge. We're throwing for Ben York. Way to work back to the ball. Big first down. Just got to find the end zone here. Clifton Carden lined up in the slot. He's going to motion across. They should know something's up, and they do. What a play from the defensive tackle, Gideon Obana. Obana makes it 2nd and 13. How are they on this? Like, it's just getting bumped the whole way. Should be wide open. Doesn't end up working wide open. Now it's 3rd and 13. Very tough down and distance. We're going to trust George Biakabatuka. He can't reel it in. We'll take the points. Kick is good. It's a 2-possession game. If we can just hold on here for what will be another 2.5 minutes. 4th and 3, we're going to press. Worry about the running back. Come up and hit. Big hit, but a first down for Miami. And they've scored. 27-24. There's Carden. Nearly saw daylight, couldn't make it happen. 1:46 on the clock. Carden finds some space up the middle. First down. Miami with 1 timeout remaining. This game's going to be nearly impossible to lose. Miami has called their final timeout. And with 1:37 remaining, we can go victory formation after the first. Game over. It's another college football playoff victory for Gene Dangus. The first here at Texas. 27-24. Frederick Lincoln played a good game, completing over 70% of his passes, taking what the defense was giving him. Miami's season is over. 25 of 35, 278, 2 touchdowns, no picks. Carden ran the ball well, 12 for 86 and a touchdown. 10 for 129 and a touchdown for Antoine Jean-Pierre. George Biakabatuka, 7 for 97 and a touchdown. Ben York made some big catches as well. And then defensively, I mean, these guys are not stat sheet stuffers on defense. They're just not. Maybe next year, but not this year. Expecting that Jeff Traylor will sign on. Whoa. Going to New Orleans to take on Houston, the number 2 team in the country. The Houston Cougars, a bigger turnaround than their basketball team. Jeff Traylor will be our new offensive coordinator for next season. Joining him on the staff, Pete Golding. Great defensive coordinator to bring in. Houston is a 74 overall. I mean, this is a team that surely does not stand a chance. Steve Chavis is still out for the season, obviously, but we have a defensive tackle that's going to be back, which is nice, as my voice is in rough shape already. I mean, surely this is a team we just absolutely run over. The black uniforms are awesome. I mean, Houston football has some of the best uniforms in college football. I mean, they're truly amazing. Yeah, Houston, you do have a problem. It's the Texas Longhorns. Texas playing for a Sugar Bowl. It's doable. It's a winnable game. Houston, I mean, what a run. What an insane run. 12-1, number 2 team in the nation. You just don't know what you're up against this game. Here's 3rd and 10, though. Getting on the move. There goes Lincoln. Ooh, juked a bit in advance, but he's going to fall ahead for it. Gets a little bit of assistance from a Houston defender. And we really have not seen Frederick Lincoln take off very much recently, but it can be a big part of his game. Carden trying to sneak through. I don't know if he did. He didn't. It's 4th and inches. Offense will stay out there, though. 5 calls, 1.4 yards per call. But this time will be different. It actually will be. There goes Clint Jefferson. Train on the track. I was going to say train coming through, get off the tracks, but I just said train on the track. All right, that's maybe a saying now. 1st and goal. Slant, quick throw. Ben York, touchdown. Good drive, and our defense needs to just shut it down. They'll have an opportunity to already. Houston going for it from our 41. 4th and 3. Quick throw. Unbelievable throw. This defense is so bad. Just absolutely no awareness to make a play. Okay, around the world type of motion. It ends up going to him. Looks like a trick play almost. And maybe they were more tricked than we were. That did not go well. Yeah, their superstar quarterback is a lefty. I don't know if this play calling worked over the course of the year, but Wayne Finger is not going to... I was going to say something else. Wayne Finger is not going to Wayne us. I'll choose his first name instead. This does not work against Texas, except for one time already. Here's a kick. Houston trying to get on the board. And they will. 7-3. Hopefully our offense can start finding it a bit. It's still only 7-3. I just don't like these RPOs. I'm not an RPO guy. I'll leave those to Bordeaux. Throw on the run. What a laser to Ben York. That is a wild throw. Goodness, Frederick Lincoln. Need a memorial for that throw alone. Here's Perfect. Nice gain down to the 3. Houston going to call timeouts. We're going to hopefully find the end zone. We'll give them time to score, whatever. We just want a touchdown. Bullet to the flat, Biaka Batuka. He just breaks those tackles. It's what he does. He really is unbelievable. He's probably not going to be wearing number 85 next season. George Biaka Batuka might get a single digit. And we actually have the football back here. 19 seconds to go. Our defense gave us the football back. We have no timeouts, though. That might be a pick. Okay, whatever we do, the ball needs to go to the end zone. So she's going to be throwing a bullet up the seam, probably. We don't want to get picked, though. Yeah, give me some verticals, stuff that's actually designed to get to the end zone. But Biaka Batuka beat him. Up the seam, touchdown, Georgie. Hiya, Georgie. Biaka Batuka, touchdown. It's 21-3. Red zone alert for us here in the third quarter. This one's getting late early. Biaka Batuka. Oh, nearly came down with it. I didn't think the throw was going to drift so deep into the end zone there. We had every other option was a touchdown. Frederick Lincoln with the Fernando Mendoza stat line. 144 yards passing, 3 touchdowns. Ben York makes the catch. He's not in. Offense will stay out there. See if Clifton Carden can punch it in. He can. Touchdown, Texas. I told you. Google me. Google Gene Dangus. All we do is win. 28-3. No team would ever blow a lead like this in a bowl game. Throwing it for Ben York. What a dime. Oh, he almost stays in bounds. What a way to end the third quarter and simultaneously end Houston's season. 12-1. They didn't play a team like us. 31-3 here in the Sugar Bowl. We are wiping the floor with the Cougars. Are they in Wildcat? Okay. I guess when you have 3 points into the fourth quarter, you got to try anything. That wasn't it, though. 3rd and inches. RPO, screen to Antoine Jean-Pierre. Get fucking Frank Williams off the field. He keeps getting these injury timeouts. I mean, can they even stop the clock? Skets with the 10 gifted. Thanks so much, Skets. Get some hype in the chat for Skets, please. Running with Frederick Lincoln. Refusing to go down. This is going to be 38-3. Carden change of direction. I don't know if he's going to hit 100 yards rushing. But it could be close. Or not. Lose a couple there. There's the 2-minute timeout. 3rd and goal from the 8. You know who hasn't scored a touchdown in a minute? J.D. Volk. We couldn't get it to him. I think we can just call it here. This is going to be the game. 34-3 is your final. I don't know what Houston's schedule looked like, but they didn't play a team like us. They did not play a team like us. They looked great while losing, though. These are awesome uniforms. But I'm telling you, when you face Coach Gene Dangus, you better have your A game. They didn't. They have a 95 overall quarterback, by the way. Wayne Finger was a 95. Didn't play like it today. Frederick Lincoln did, though. Clifton Carden does go over 100. Receiving 69 yards for York and Burfict. Nice 2 touchdowns for George Biaka Batuka, who got hurt in this game. Oh, my gosh. A couple TFLs for Durant. A lot of TFLs for us in this game. No picks, no sacks. We never do. And now I'm worried about the George Biaka Batuka injury. That is not what we wanted to see to end this. We wanted to be happy. We just won the Sugar Bowl. We're heading to the college football playoff semifinal. And George Biakabatuka tears his labrum. Oh my God. He's got 86 injury. The guy's missed half the year with these injuries. I mean, this is unbelievable. Oklahoma in the Fiesta Bowl. We can play Boise State if necessary. What a rematch. We lost to them earlier in the year. They're 12-2, just like us. Alabama has been eliminated by Ole Miss, who we have already beat. They'll take on UCLA in the semifinal. We, of course, will have Oklahoma. They only had to play Oklahoma State, who I guess was pretty good this year. Beat USC. Got crushed by the Sooners. This is quite a college football playoff bracket. I mean, UCLA blew out Boise State. UCLA beat Notre Dame. Ole Miss and Texas Tech were in one of the biggest slugfests I've ever seen, 48-45. Ole Miss is scoring points. We held them to like 19. So I think this is a team that if we beat Oklahoma, we can beat, provided they beat UCLA. But that's crazy. Also, yeah, I didn't even mention that. Bedlam in the college football playoff, the rivalry. Imagine this is your rivalry game. Now, I don't think they're even playing this game anymore in real life. But we go from Bedlam to Red River rematch. Oklahoma's at a crazy college football playoff schedule here. Here's the deal. We've lost 2 games. Gene Dangus has found his rightful home at the University of Texas. The tie is a bit short. I don't know if anyone's ever mentioned that. It is a bit short, but you want a little bit longer. We've lost 2 games this year. It's been a very, very good season, though, for Gene Dangus. The 2 losses at number 1 Alabama, and then at the time they were number 2. They're currently number 3, Oklahoma. We've got a chance to avenge that loss today. The winner goes to the national championship. The loser, well, their season is over. There's only one way this can go. Red River in the college football playoff, and the river will indeed run red with the blood of Sooner Nation. And I'm thinking it's going to happen sooner rather than later, because it is 8:53 p.m. on a Sunday, and OU still sucks. Let's go. Horns up in the chat. Come on. If you're an iPhone, you can type rock on and the emoji will pop up. Let's go. Let's go. Come on, Texas. Our star quarterback may end up declaring for the draft after this one. I believe he's a redshirt sophomore, which would make him draft eligible. We need him to dismantle Oklahoma today. No Steve Chavis, no George Biakabatuka, but Clifton Carton is back in the lineup. Let's get after it. Okay. Mafu Stoneburner. Tackle for loss. Not the way we wanted to start. Tight end is uncovered. Quick rip. Perfect. Makes the catch. There's 10. Okay, it's a 5-man defensive line here, essentially. Do we want to try to run at this? I'm going to say this is probably not the time to see if we can run. We're just going to try to throw for it. There's the quick throw. Ben York makes the catch. All right, we're able to move the chains. This Oklahoma defense very clearly is going to be flying around, looking to make some plays. Clifton Carton has a little bit of a crease there. Okay, it wasn't exactly explosive through that, but found a gap, made a play. Quick throw to Antoine Jean-Pierre. There's a juke move. Jean-Pierre into the open field. That's classic Oklahoma tackling. No discipline. Touchdown, Antoine Jean-Pierre. Fiesta Bowl kicks off with a bang. Let's take a second look. Antoine Jean-Pierre, not really known as a burner, but just makes a quick catch on a shallow cross over the middle of the field, and then makes a juke, and then eliminates the pursuit angle of Feliciano. And that is muy feliz for us. 7-0. OU was trying to drive, and now they're playing cowardly football. 4th and 2 from the 45. They're going to punt. They can't get 2 yards from midfield. Carden back to return. Maybe not the best idea considering he's our starting running back, and we've had a lot of injuries at the position. This is what it looks like, Oklahoma. 4th and inches from the 45. You know what we do? We say there's literally no way you can stop us. There's no way. Here's 4th and inches. Probably want to be aware of the quarterback scramble, or maybe you didn't read the scouting report. There's the first. All right. Decent start to this game. That's open. Go get it. It's the backup tight end, Doman. And he's been a touchdown machine this year. So few catches. But that's at least his 3rd touchdown of the year. And Bevo is gyrating. Stephen Doman touchdown. It's the Bevo mascot? I don't know. It's not Bevo, but what a start. What a start. Oklahoma, you better have brought more than this. They got 3. We're back in the red zone already. Ball on the 7-yard line. 1st and goal. We're going to look to hand it off. Clifton Carden. Later, it's going to be a blowout here in Glendale. Like, where is the Fiesta Bowl for a second? It is in Glendale, Arizona, State Farm Stadium. Clifton Carden. Not the first time Oklahoma's seen a white boy scramble to the end zone. Here in the Fiesta Bowl. It's 21-3. That's a Boise State reference. Put Bevo in the smokers. Crazy. All right. Good 2-minute offense here. Get the ball out. No mistakes. Catch the football. Frederick Lincoln's played a pretty good half. 150 yards passing. We're going to rip that. That was unwise. Feliciano got beat for a touchdown earlier. Gets the pass deflection that time around. They're going to blitz. Perfect time for a screen. There's Clifton Carden. He's got pretty good wheels. There's the spin move back. Clifton Carden in OU territory. What a call against the blitz. Get the ball out. There's Ben York. Lincoln already over 200 yards passing. This is domination right now. Just got to find a way to cap off the drive with 6. Saw it too late. Saw it too late. Could have been a mistake, but it wasn't. 2nd and 10. Carden makes the catch, breaks a tackle, touchdown, Clifton Carden. Again, maybe not the best decision, but you know what? Sometimes good players just make good plays. Sometimes you got to trust your players. We got the ball out to Clifton Carden. And Carden finds the end zone. I mean, that's a tough catch to make. Once again, undisciplined Oklahoma can't make a tackle in the open field. It's 28-6 as we get into the 3rd quarter. Offense is on the field. Where even are they? Nowhere to be found. Perfect. Making a big catch. I mean, this one, it's honestly kind of sad. I was hoping Oklahoma would put up more of a fight than this. Hey, there's a little fight. I want to see him, like, at least show up. Because right now we're beating like the lifeless body of Oklahoma. And again, we have a screen against the blitz. We just can't get it out there. It's like the same exact thing where we beat them earlier. But this 3rd and 15 is going to be pretty hard. We got to get the ball to Marquise Goodwin. Hook him. Not who that is, but it's going to have to be a check down. That's fine. Sets up a 34-yarder. And that kick is good. 31-6 right now for Oklahoma. This one is over. They're trying to do something here. It's just, it's too little too late. Should have done it, I don't know, sooner. This quarterback sucks. Touchdown, who cares? That's who caught it. Who cares? Whatever. We recover the onside? We did. 3:36 to play. And that's all that separates us from a national championship appearance here in year 1. There's Carden. There goes Clifton Carden! This team sucks! Sowell's in pursuit. I thought that it was not Sowells. I thought it was Semmells. Guy smells, he stinks, he sucks. He can fuck off. Terrible. Look at the burst. Look at the burst of Clifton Carden. Goodbye. Get me out of play the moments. 50-yard touchdown. Oklahoma on 4th and 14. Are they capable of anything? Well, we saw a touchdown last time out. Okay, dude. All right, when we're on the field, they actually are making some plays. They've scored again. But we recover the onside. 1:45 to play, up 18. Carden looking for space, finding some. Got 17 for 127, 3 touchdowns, also about 60 yards receiving. They're going to shift their line. How'd that play? How'd that work out for you? We do want to have him fully healthy for the national championship now, but we don't want to just let OU, gracefully go to the end of the game. I'm going to rub it in their face. And that'll be it. 20 for 140 for Clifton Carden. And this was a great revenge game. It was a beatdown of Oklahoma. And I wouldn't have had it any other way. Congrats on the regular season win. That meant nothing. 285 yards, passing, 3 touchdowns for Frederick Lincoln. He was awesome. So was Clifton Carden. 20 for 140, 2 touchdowns. Antoine Jean-Pierre with a touchdown. Carden as well. Stephen Doman, tight ends and the running backs got involved more than the receivers today. And then defensively, 3 TFLs for Ostrovsky. What a game. Had a sack. Antoine Jamerson got a sack. No picks because we don't really do that. But what we do is dominate. I'll take this rematch all day. Ole Miss in the national championship, a team we have already beat this year. This is the number 7 seed against the number 9 seed. So all who said, hey, the CFP should only be 4 teams, look at what happened in this video game. Bet you feel stupid now. And also real life. Except Indiana was the 1 seed throughout. But the other teams. And it's Indiana. Whatever. This is an interesting one. You'd think we'd have more Coach XP for winning a couple of playoff games here, but we're leveling up as slowly as you can possibly imagine. But all we can do is try to win a national championship. Got 1 shot here. Still the same injuries, unfortunately. Can we get a medical red shirt for George Biakapatuka? I know what you're going to say. He played in 9 games, but it doesn't feel like it. 9 games, 9 touchdowns. Hey, this is a player. George Biakapatuka is a player at 77 overall. He's a talent. Unbelievable talent at that. All right, well, this is it. Everything on the line. Texas, Ole Miss. Let's win a national championship. It may even be easy. It may be. And this is kind of the problem. You go to a school like Texas in year 1. So much talent. So much talent. That there's really no grind. And of course, for somebody as good as me at the game, it's just, even in play the moments, it's hard to lose. It's, you can't take the skill of a pro player and, you know, have me struggle too much. It just doesn't happen. Just too good. Texas, Ole Miss, here we go. College football playoff national championship. Frederick Lincoln, can you lead us to the promised land? I will say our defense simulates so well, so the other team just doesn't really score very much. Ball came out a bit late to Antoine Jean-Pierre, but it did come out. 2nd and 6. Tight end wide open. They're just going to leave somebody open every single time, or we're going to beat man coverage. If they're just going to keep coming out in zone, our O-line is mostly doing a pretty good job pass protecting. We're going to find a way to move the football. Will Ole Miss be able to stop us? Probably not. Probably not. There's the tight end. What a ball from Lincoln. It's perfect again. That is threading the needle. That is a big-time throw from Frederick Lincoln. And that is a great, great ball. Again, little hole shot there for Burfict. Nice catch down to the 1. That's the thing about Frederick Lincoln that's so interesting, is the deep ball is legitimately not very good, but everything else is incredible. I hate these fucking RPOs, dude. Ball probably needed to come out. Dime. Antoine Jean-Pierre, touchdown. It's another tight window throw. Frederick Lincoln can just make those. He just can. See, I always hate when they say they're going for it on 4th down, only for them not to be going for it on 4th down. Like, is there something in the code that says they should be, but then they don't? Heck of a return there by Clifton Carden. We turn over the ball? What happened? I don't know. Nothing positive. Ole Miss takes over at the 41. Taking away everything. Good defense. No catch. And we'll see if we can make this 14-0. Our defense is just so good. Here's 3rd and 7. Why are they leaving you wide open? It's every single drop back. The tight end has no one around him. Dante Burfict probably caps this off with a touchdown. Getting on the move. There's the juke by Frederick Lincoln. They picked up Burfict enough. I mean, there were some options there, but this is the last spot on the field you'd like a turnover. Quick throw. Antoine Jean-Pierre doesn't drop those. Touchdown. 14-0. And we're going to get the football back again. 2-minute offense. Let's see what we can do. The timing on that was not perfect, I will say. You could be a Vontez Burfict relative. Don't know a lot of Burficts in the league. He makes another catch. He's really had a nice season, but I think pretty much everybody in this passing offense has. It's just been a very, very good offense. A lot of really good players. There's Ben York. Look at the speed to turn the corner. Ben York down the sideline. Juking back inside. Stiff arming inside the 10. Timeout Ole Miss after a massive gain. All right, 1st and goal. I mean, this probably ends up going to Burfict. Nope, it can't. Outside. Dime. Ben York dropped the ball. You can't really throw it any better than that. That should be a touchdown. Play action. Quick throw over the middle. Burfict! He doesn't drop those. Touchdown, Dante Burfict. Perfect from Burfict. He just doesn't drop the ball. Except for the one time I remember this season where he did drop the ball in the end zone. It was weird animation maybe. It's 21-0. I know not exactly a back and forth national championship, but our offense is cooking every time we touch the ball. We have not had a defensive moment because the game is bad at that. And our defense in sim is phenomenal. There were options down the field, but why risk it when we have Ben York? Oh, look at the moves from Ben York. It's a big play anyway. This passing offense is absolutely electric. This is a team, by the way, that won 3 games last year and 0 in the conference. On the run. Jean-Pierre did not catch it that time. This year, under Gene Dangus, we might be national champions. Bullet. Ben York, touchdown. You are redeemed. You are redeemed. Jams, thanks for the tier 1. 28-0. They've got no answer. It might have been GG's from the time it was 7-0. Is that triple coverage? Not really. A little bit. And we just got the ball back again. Ole Miss cannot do anything. Clifton Carden, run up the middle, touchdown. Sengi, thanks for the prime sub. Sangi. Hopefully that's close enough. Interception by Julius Hicks for 69 yards. Brings us back down to the 7-yard line. This is an absolute murder. Ben York, touchdown. I mean, I almost want to apologize now. Think about how well we played in the college football playoff. We just beat down Oklahoma. And this one is worse. This is like Georgia TCU. Yep, shades of Georgia TCU. It does seem like we're playing on easy, if that were a difficulty. It's actually, unfortunately, Heisman. This team is just way too good. Every time we get the ball, it's like they've got absolutely no answer. It's just good timing. J.D. Volk. I mean, Frederick Lincoln is like a 95 overall quarterback, but it's really showing today. There's just not a throw he can't seem to make. Play action. On the move. Throwing across the field. Finding Ben York diving. It's a three-peat. Three-piece for Ben York. 48-0. I mean, if you don't declare for the draft after this one, you're making a big mistake, probably. Frederick Lincoln has been on another level. There he goes, down the field. Bullet to Ben York. That's 4. That's 4 for York. Ben York. I mean, I called him out for the drop touchdown. He says, all right, I'll go get 4. All gas, no brakes, but actually. Will Ole Miss score in garbage time? They've got 7. You almost got to feel excited for the fans. The Texas Longhorns, at long last, for the first time since 2005, are national champions. Honestly, should have done it if Colt McCoy didn't get injured against Alabama, but this will do. 56-7. Lane Kiffin still at Ole Miss. Still looking like a baby back. He's a good coach. This was just... It was a nightmare. Nightmare for Ole Miss. It doesn't really get any bit... I mean, this was like we played an FCS school. We actually, funnily enough, had more trouble against an FCS school this year. Or at least like Missouri State, who was. I mean, Ole Miss was one of the worst teams here that we played the entire year. Goodness. Final stats here. Frederick Lincoln, 23 of 30, 378, 7 touchdowns, no picks. One of the best quarterback games I've ever had, probably. Not in terms of total yardage, but like given obviously the circumstances and everything, incredible. Clifton Carden played well. Receiving, Ben York had 7 for 170 and 4 touchdowns. Perfect at 87 and a touchdown. 89 for J.D. Volk. 3 for 12, but 2 touchdowns for Antoine Jean-Pierre. And then defensively, the defense is honestly still not playing incredibly well production-wise, but obviously when you just don't let them score until garbage time in the fourth quarter, I think they played pretty well. I'll give it to them. And that is the Texas single-game passing touchdowns record, and that is a stat that was broken in the national championship game. That also gives him the Texas single-season passing touchdowns record. Well, when you get +7 on the back end of it, I guess that kind of does make sense. And of course, Texas college football playoff national champions. These are the season stats here. 3,700 yards passing, 44 touchdowns to 10 picks rushing. Carden and Steve Chavis had very similar numbers. Chavis scored a few more touchdowns. Obviously, the games played is slightly different. Carries are slightly different. Chavis, I guess, was the more impressive back overall, probably, but Carden had the long of 50. Frederick Lincoln ran the ball well. Clint Jefferson ran the ball well. I mean, a lot of guys got carries. If you include the quarterback, we had 3 different runners with over 100 carries. Receiving, the distribution's crazy. Ben York led the way, 836 yards receiving, 13 touchdowns. Obviously, 4 helps out. Perfect had 600 plus 6 touchdowns. Jean-Pierre, 600 plus 7 touchdowns, all with 50 catches or more. George Biakabatuka is right there, but only played 9 games. He may have been our leading receiver. In fact, probably would have been. J.D. Volk had 500 plus yards. Carden had 3 receiving touchdowns. Stephen Doman on 9 catches had 3 receiving touchdowns. And then defensively, 15 TFLs for Jamerson. 9 sacks is actually a decent number, but obviously played a lot of games. Our pressure in general was not great. We didn't get many interceptions, but our defense was locked down. We just didn't allow points. 14-2. We win the national championship here in year 1. What does that mean for the rest of this series? Oh, I don't know. Players leaving. Could be pretty big. Oh. Very interesting. So we have very few players looking to transfer out or declare. We'll start with quarterback. You're noticing Anthony DeMarco wants to transfer to playing time. He's a freshman quarterback with elite development. I'd like to keep him. He is leaving. At running back, Steve Chavis is declaring for the NFL draft after the injury. There is no chance to persuade him. Clint Jefferson also declaring to be a 5th round pick. Clifton Carden projected to go round 2. So we're losing so much talent at running back. No chance to persuade. Crazy. Ben York going pro. No chance to persuade. Redshirt sophomore. Goodbye. Perfect graduates. Terrell Kite graduates. Kevin Chin. Freddie Timms graduate. Freddie Timms expected to get drafted. We're losing a lot of talent on the O-line. Both our big tackles that we brought in the portal, those guys are gone. Not losing a ton otherwise. Kyrie Tooman decides to stay. I think that's just good for depth. Brian Witt going to go round 2. I mean, I'd like to keep him, but I mean, we just got no chance there. But we have backups coming in that are going to be okay. So we are losing quite a bit of talent. Not much at corner. Safety was bad to begin with. Kicker and punter are fine. But that is unfortunate. Losing so many good players and just no persuasion chance on any of them. The one thing that is good, though, is at quarterback, Frederick Lincoln is just staying. He's eligible as a redshirt sophomore, but says, no, I want to run it back. 1 was not enough. But for us, number 1 was enough. Frederick Lincoln with the game of his life to lead us to a national championship. At running back, it's going to be Zach Bolin, I guess, which is not the worst thing. Elite dev, 4-star redshirt freshman running back with 93 speed, 99 acceleration. We can focus on elusiveness, carrying, ball carrier vision. Zach Bolin could be a star for us. But we are losing our top 3 running backs, our top receiver. J.D. Volk, I think, is going to move to tight end. Because we're losing Dante Burfict. We have Steven Doman still, who's got star dev. But I think J.D. Volk is going to end up playing tight end. That was always the goal. But we'll see what happens. We're going to have to hit the portal fairly hard, as always. We'll see how that goes. Well, draft results. Let's see. Daniel Handy goes round 1. He's the only first-round pick from this team. Carden, Ben York, and Freddie Timms, and Brian Witt go in round 2. And the rest are day 3 picks. Steve Chavis got into the 4th. Clint Jefferson was a 5th. I mean, why declare to go day 3? Dante Burfict, Rico Gossett, Timote Ficken, and Kevin Ostrovsky all get drafted. So that's good XP for us. If you look in coach abilities here, 3,000 bonus XP when a player is drafted. So that's helpful. That did a lot. And it really helps with progression and development in general. And I think you're going to see that. I think we're going to have a ton of XP. So who got drafted? A lot of running backs, right? So is Zach Bolin now going to develop insanely quick? Let's see. He's got elite development and 1 skill point currently. But if you go into coach abilities, if we bought these right now, it might be too late. I'm not sure. But maybe we should have bought that. We didn't have the XP in advance, so I don't know. But I think Bolin can end up being an absolute star for us. But we'll see how many experience points he ends up getting. We could end up adding a running back in the portal because we just don't have a lot of depth there right now. We did do well enough to bring in 2. Tevin Stokes, unfortunately, normal development. And Tobias Begay, normal as well. Jacques Redmond's going to end up being a little bit better. But I still might look to add a back in the portal. Just for more talent. I mean, we saw all of the injuries. You need depth if you're going to be successful. And some really good corners would consider Texas. We got a lot of the best players in the nation that would consider transferring in, which is awesome. Okay, that's a big receiver. I wonder how fast he is. We're going to need help at tackle, probably. I mean, I don't love a backfield threat, to be honest, but I'm willing to keep an open mind. Some recruits committing. Alani Ochi, a 3-star center. Damian Tolzien, a 4-star corner. We're doing well in the portal. Jalen Dobbins is a 4-star transfer tackle. Cordell Hippenhammer is a 4-star transfer guard. We unfortunately did get locked out on Zach Stirk, who we were pursuing. We know that we need to upgrade at corner. Lionel Barr would be a big one, and I think we're going to get him over Florida. He is the #1 player in the entire transfer portal. That's the big one to get, right? Cornerback is the biggest area of need for this team. And, I mean, getting Tolzien's big. He was the #3 player in the portal. #2 corner. Gonna be good. Just gonna be. Didn't scout him, didn't really need to. And then Lionel Barr, I guess even better. And we're going to get him over the Gators, I would hope. We have a complimentary visit with Mike DeVoe coming up. But this recruiting class is going to end up being pretty phenomenal with the portal. I mean, Jacques Redmond is not amazing or anything, but we might add Jason Sierra over Oklahoma. If we don't get him, Marvin Stoke looks incredible. Another great power back portal add. Eric Ali looks incredible. Oklahoma's trying to make a push. Look at these attributes. I mean, speed and acceleration are crazy. Catching is awesome. And he's a physical route runner archetype, which I feel like you don't see a lot of amazing ones. Hopefully it's that. So I'm excited to see what this ultimately ends up looking like. Barry Duck, I want in the portal pretty badly, but playing time is glitching out. We're just going to keep him on the board anyway, and I think he probably ends up on the team. But we're doing quite well. The defense, we're not signing a ton of players, but we were already strong up front, and then we focused heavily on the secondary. Some of these guys are going to end up moving back to safety. But the class in general is just going to end up being phenomenal. This is the final week of recruiting. We are signing probably a 32 or 33-man class with a mix, obviously, of high school and transfer portal ads. There's Barry Duck from Aurora, Illinois. There's Jacques Redmond, 4-star high school running back. Shakir Brown. A lot of these guys are not going to be especially big ads or developmental players. There's Lionel Barr, though. 5-star transfer portal corner. That is a huge get. #1 player in the class. There is Eric Ali. Marvin Stoke. Great running back ad. I think the team, and this makes sense here going into year 2 of the Dengus era as we lose Jason Sierra to Oklahoma. Not particularly mad about that, but I think this team's going to be even better than it was last year. We're going to check out some of the dev traits here. No quarterbacks, obviously, but we know he swung and missed on a few. Jacques Redmond ends up with star dev. Sierra ended up having elite. It's kind of a miss. Marvin Stoke does have star, though. Stoke to get him. Montgomery star. Devontae Jones only normal. Elite for Eric Ali. Only a transfer freshman, too. Like, this is a freak player. That's a special generational type of prospect. Dobbins and Duck both with star, although it matters a little bit less for the portal guys that are really only going to be with us a short time. Seen some of these already at National Signing Day. Elite, of course, for Alec Hodge. And then at corner, star for Spain and Shepard. Mentor star. Barr with elite. Yeah, he's unreal. Damian Tolzien with elite. Alani Cohen impact. Normal for Gregory Franks. That was just to get a body in there which is what we were looking for. So, ends up being a pretty big class. We did great. We'll change some positions around. We'll see some new overalls. I'm excited to see. I mean, we were able to keep Javier Bickley, which was awesome, too. Lionel Barr, 99 speed. This is a junior now, I guess. 99 speed. 99 acceleration. Coverage is pretty good. 97 change of direction. 84 man, 91 press. Like, the coverage could get better. Jumping's great. He's actually very good against the run. I mean, Lionel Barr is unreal. Barry Duck is a 90. Jalen Dobbins is a 90. Damian Tolzien is a 90. I mean, we just crushed the portal. Hippenhammer with Star Dev is going to be an easy starter. Like, look out for this team. This is going to be a repeat national champion. You'd have to assume.